water run either today or tomorrow. They're not going to be reseeding the heats in between the 2 days so that everybody does get a water run. But yeah, so 2 6-minute rounds today, and no longer do your 3 laps or any of your hot laps really matter. It's the full pace today. Big thank you to all of our sponsors for joining. Our title sponsor, A-Main Hobbies, supporting sponsors, ProTech and Leadfinger Racing. Our broadcast sponsor, Nitro Pro, as we're in the Nitro Pro broadcast booth. Our instant replay sponsor, J Concepts, and as well as the rest of our sponsors, Beach RC, Techno RC, and TNR Fuels. Without them, obviously, we couldn't be putting on this great broadcast. And with that, I think we're going to be heading into the first race here.
Looking forward to getting into some qualifying today and seeing what these guys can do. A lot of drivers, again, opted to try to go for consistent, smooth runs yesterday, along with obviously trying to put in some fast laps. But we got a chance to see where guys are going to set up. It looks like 10-lap runs are going to be what we're going to see out of some of our top competitors in both classes today. Maybe an 11-lap run, but track conditions will play a big part in that all weekend long.
So in our first run, most of the guys aren't here, so that's why we only see 3 trucks out there at the moment.
So these guys getting a chance to get some early practice in here before qualifying. These looks like maybe only, 3 guys are checking in so far, or 3 vehicles on the track. So these guys are going to have quite the open track to try to get their first run in here. So maybe not even a bad idea that you were in one of these back heats here, especially if there's no resort. That'd be kind of nice to have a track all to yourself, all qualifying.
Freshly watered, track to yourself. Not a terrible little program.
These are going to be 6-minute qualifiers. Again, these guys are going to get, I believe, a 2-minute warm-up. Is that correct?
Yep. And the loop is live. So in this first one, we've got Trace Wells, Jonas Morgan, and Brian Wells. They're the only ones making the call this morning.
Oh, going Indo over the double single there. He's back up and going.
At least you know you're going to get a good marshal from Dakota Finn.
That's right. Take a look down the back straightaway. This sweeper here has been a item to watch all weekend. There's a quite large hole at the end of it there, so drivers having to opt for either an inside or outside line to avoid it. Going over the huge double on the front side of the driver's stand. So Trace Wells getting around here. It looks like we've got Brian Wells as well. Looks like Jonas Morgan coming around as well, checking in. So all 3 of our drivers are live and on track. Taking a look down the back straightaway into the sweeper. 180 hairpin over a big double that you've got to get on the brakes tight for and get squared back up to head towards the driver's stand.
So this is Trace Wells we're following along with. He comes by with a 36.1 first lap, and he crashes a little bit. This should be Brian Wells right here. I'm going to say brothers. So we didn't really realize this. We were just talking about that section that they went to, the back 180. It's really deceiving. It looks really easy when you're on the back side of the track, but from the driver's stand, it's not a blind spot, but it's hard to tell exactly where your car is. Jonas Morgan gets by the line with a 37.1, so he's in the 2 spot at the moment. Hot lap of the race, Trace Wells with a 36.1. Yesterday in practice in the first round, we were seeing 27s. In the second round, we were seeing 28s. I'm not sure the track's going to be as fast as it was in the first round of practice ever again, but with the added water and the bit of the additive that they added to the water yesterday, it might be somewhere in between.
So again, they did put put a additive into the water, and this is to try to just help with dust. Obviously, with the amount of dust that's being kicked up both by vehicles and everything else, they're just trying to make sure that they're not oversaturating, I guess, with that. So that's what that's supposed to do today. It's not so much, I don't think we're going to see a drastic change in the surface. I think we're seeing that early on here.
Definitely cool to get our first look at the TNR Fuels option line as well. Got a bunch of cool option cameras this weekend, so we're going to make good use of them, as well as the instant replay from J Concepts and some of the other sponsors. So Trace Wells out front still. He's been out front the entire time. He just pops off a 35.3 new hot lap of the race.
We've got 2:10 to go in this one. Trace Wells, Jonas Morgan, and Brian Wells. Again, 35.3, the fast lap from our leader, Trace Wells. Trace is on a 10-lap pace at a 6:05. So, and I apologize earlier. I did say that we would see 10-lap runs. That was off of our 5-minute practice sessions that we were doing yesterday. We're doing 6-minute rounds today, so that will increase by at least a couple laps there.
All right, checking out the YouTube chat room. Good morning, everyone. This is Mr. Ben Ellis. Everybody's asking where Scotty is. Scotty's daughter is getting married this weekend, so he is a little preoccupied. So Mr. Ben came out of retirement to join us for this broadcast. He's an OG Live RC announcer.
1:15 to go in this one. Trace Wells, Jonas Morgan, and Brian Wells. Yes, congratulations to Scotty Ernst and Sarah Ernst, Chad Dew. Quite the RC family. .39.2 out of Brian Wells. That is the brother Wells that I believe we're following along with right now.
1 to go, guys. 1 to go.
.30 seconds to go in this one. Again, we got Trace, Jonas, and Brian. These guys are going to set the early pace here as we finish up heat 1 of 8 in our Truggy division.
Damon Smith checked in and said he raced with you last weekend.
Yes, he did. And old Damon Smith put me in my place, too. Made an excellent pass on me in a very close main, so we had some fun rubbing and racing.
Got a little bit of a view of the Techno Dragons back, first time today. He's a younger kid, right?
He's younger. He's already impressing. He's a fast kid locally and has also done well venturing outside of our local track, so always awesome to see. You like to be able to race with guys that are fast and continue to improve and help you improve as well. So really cool to get to race with all those guys.
We had Davide Ongaro check in on Facebook, which is pretty neat. Hello, Davide. It's nice to see you over here for Nitro Challenge. Hope all is well.
This one finishing up. Trace is going to take it. Jonas looks like he's going to get one more lap in before he is completed. Brian is completed as well. Looks like the early pace there from Trace is that 10.6.11.
Somebody's saying that they think the track is too small for an ACL Nitro Nationals. I disagree. I thought that yesterday we saw a lot of the top guys run together. There were 12 cars on the track, and it made for really good racing. So I'm excited to see how these qualifiers kind of turn out, because there definitely is enough space on the track for everybody to kind of spread out, and I think it should be awesome.
I think the lanes are kind of deceptive to camera. They're huge lanes, let's say 15 feet, right?
In a lot of places,
a lot
yeah.
of spots. So I think the lane size is adequate for sure. We're just not seeing that long stretch where you're able to open these vehicles up. I think that we're usually more accustomed to seeing, but a lot of technicality, a lot of kind of racy sections. We've got the option line there that we saw several different drivers take, the two options, if you will. So these guys are definitely going to have some spots where they can make racing moves, make passes, and I think it will make for some good racing as we go on in the weekend.
I know your number's 11, but that's not really a spot. Thank you. Chase, just do what you want this one.
As we get into Heat 2 of 8, again, this is our Truggy division. We're going to have Aiden Fox in this one, Robert Bloodworth, John Callis, Michael Cisneros, Christopher Hicks, Tel Mitchell, Justin Huglin, Brian Lukovich, Ryan Coward, David Pacisco, and Cesar Gallegos.
Didasco.
Taking a look at our ProTech RC pit lane cam drivers getting warmed up. Those engines at temp, ready to hit the track.
Got Tom Rinderneck checking in on YouTube. Good morning, Tom. No Name Podcast is fired up this morning on both Facebook and YouTube.
Thank you, Cole. Brian, just pick a cone. Don't wander around everywhere.
Pit lane camera.
Do you want to stay at 6 here?
These pit guys actually look pretty awake for 8:30 in the morning. That's Aiden Fox's dad right there, right in front of the TLR truck.
Now, if they're anything like me, I was in bed promptly at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, we got to bed pretty early.
I did not complain. It's quite nice.
I didn't either. I thought it was great. This is, for those of you at home, this is a much nicer scheduled event than, at least for media guys, than something like Nitro Challenge, because we get here at about the same time, but we leave about 10 hours earlier. So definitely helps get that beauty sleep. When you have a face for radio like I do, you need all the beauty sleep you can get. Because Brandon and Eric insist on putting us in front of a camera really, really early in the morning.
Is that a camera earlier? I thought we were at a tanning booth.
Yeah, it's bright. What's up, Corey Richardson?
Corey. Taking a look at on track here again. This is heat number 2 of our Truggy division. A lot of chaos happening early on in the warm-up laps here.
Yeah, it's making it look like it would have been way more fun to be in the previous heat.
I'm telling you, if you were in a heat with 3 guys, you get the prime water track. This could have been a strategy somebody really could have played to their advantage, I feel like.
So if you believe in karma, then I think that's what you would be doing if you're Ryan Lutz, is trying to get good karma this morning. There were only 3 people in the last heat. He's obviously in the last race of the day, so he marshaled the first race. And he's staying out there trying to get that good karma for his qualifier run later. Plus, he's just, super marshal Ryan Lutz. It really helps when you're 9.5 feet tall.
I'll say that it doesn't.
No?
No, you're that tall. It's a lot of weight to go down when it goes down.
But I feel like you can at least get to the unit a lot faster.
You can reach, that's for sure. That's what you got going for you here. Now, the difference is from myself and the guy like Ryan Lutz is Ryan's actually a little coordinated. He can keep himself upright. I fall down. If you've seen me marshal at a local track, you've probably seen me fall down in an effort to get a vehicle. So at least I'm trying hard.
Did you know that he's multi-hobby talented?
He's one of these guys that he can pick up something and he's just great at it every time.
Yeah, he was.
Why? How?
He was almost a national level bowler before he found RC racing.
That sounds like Ryan.
I've seen him bowl strikes between his legs. Like, I can't even get it between my legs. I'll hit myself in the foot.
I enjoy watching Ryan's GoPro videos that he posts quite a few times. He gives quite the visual experience from on board a vehicle.
He does. He gets it upside down somehow.
So again, we're in heat number 2 of our Truggy class. The green flag is out. Oh, as we get it a little wrong over the big double there. He's back to going though. So again, guys are going to have 6 minutes here to put in the fastest run that they can in the quickest amount of time. The most laps in the quickest amount of time, I should say. We're taking a look through the option line right now, going over the double into a single roller back around. This little whoop section right here has stayed together for the most part, but does play a challenge. As you see, the suspension on the vehicle is getting worked pretty hard there. Guys having to keep the vehicle level and steady. A little bit of a crater as the gentleman just found going over the big double there. Something to play with.
Welcome to the Roar Nationals.
Oh, that's right.
So John Cayley is going to be the first one by the line on a 38.3. Cisneros with the hot lap so far with a 36.9.
So already early on, our top looks like 3 drivers looking to go faster than Trace Wells' 10.6.11.
These guys not doing each other any favors, kind of working around together. Tell Mitchell out to the lead. 11.625 pace.
I think to be expected at a national event, but something that still see guys are definitely not willing to give an inch when it comes to track space. Everybody feels like they're out here competing for the top spot. There's not a lot of backing down going on out there.
No. Aiden Fox and Christopher Hicks not making the start. So Aiden was out there, but I don't know what happened.
4:08 to go in this one. Justin out front, Tell, and then Michael, our top 3. Again, it looks like we have 5 drivers right now looking to go faster than our current TQ. Oh, we dropped down to 4. It's going to be Justin, Michael, Tell, and Brian. Our top 4 drivers looking for a new TQ pace, currently on an 11.622. Through the option line section, both drivers nose to tail.
We had somebody asking what the difference is between the option lanes. It's pretty negligible, but the outside option lane is a little bit faster. We did see the pro guys start to use both in the second round of seeding yesterday, and it's super marginal of a difference, but some guys prefer one side, some guys prefer the other.
The one thing I could see potentially playing a part, although that section of the track has held up very well, if a hole were to develop in that commonly used option line, I could see the inside line start to be a choice just to avoid that potential of error.
Yeah, and I think the guys that are taking both, or that have at least played with the inside, they're going to be at an advantage since they already kind of. It's really hard when you have to take a new line and you've never done it. To try to have to take it at speed is not super ideal.
To be honest, I saw a couple of drivers yesterday that you couldn't tell if they necessarily intentionally took the option line. It was almost that the vehicle had gotten a little bit out of sorts, and they kind of found themselves on the inside of that line and just went with what they were dealing with.
Right. So we've got 2 guys here going through it together. There was a pass made. That's not super indicative of how fast it is. Techno Dragon's back. Justin Huglin out front, 11.619. Cisneros on an 11.619 as well. And Tell Mitchell on an 11.627. Hot lap of the race, a 33.4 from Cisneros in the 2 spot.
2:10 to go in this one. We do still have 4 drivers ahead of Trace Wells' TQ pace.
I believe we're following along with Justin Huglin right here. He makes a little bit of a mistake, but ends up free of it. I think he's going to be this car with the yellow wheels, yellow wing.
.145 to go. Again, looks like 5 drivers now currently ahead of Trace Wells' TQ. We're looking at an 11.619 right now out of Michael. Justin on an 11.622. And Tell on an 11.628. Looks like he dropped off a little bit. John's going to jump up to that 3 spot on an 11.634.
So here's Justin going in through the opposite section over the hill. This part of the track right here was an addition. It wasn't there at their previous layout. It's been a little bit drier and rougher than the rest of the sections of the track.
And you can see that face of that double really kind of blown out in the line, the preferred line at least, that was used. That's going to have to change.
So Justin's still in the 2 spot on an 11.622. Kaylee's in 3rd on an 11.632. He's got the new hot lap of a 32.5.
Our fast laps from yesterday were in the Truggy division. High 27s, really 28s once the track started to succumb to the elements a little bit. So we're going to still anticipate to see lap time sub 30 seconds out of some of our faster drivers. 30 seconds to go in this one. Again, Michael, Justin, and John. Top 5 drivers looking to better the TQ set by Trace Wells in heat number 1.
And all of these heat races are based off of, these heat race lineups are based off of seeding. So these are some of the slower seeding runs. All of your pro guys will be in the last 3 or 4 runs. Top seed in Truggy yesterday was Jared Tebow. Top seed in Nitro Buggy was Cole Ogden. Here's the Techno Dragons back.
As this one's finishing up, looks like, again, Michael's going to take this one, still finishing the last lap here. There he comes around on 11.617, the final pace for Michael Cisneros. Justin Huglin's going to come around here and finish up momentarily, looking to finish on 11.622. Slow himself down just a little. 11.625 out of Justin. John's going to finish in the 3rd spot on 11.635. So drivers finishing this one up, and it looks like our top 5 drivers did go faster than Trace Wells' TQ set in the previous round. So the new pace to beat is going to be an 11.617 as we get into heat 3 of 8 as this finishes. This is our Truggy division here at the 2022 Roar Off-Road Fuel Nationals. We're in sunny Glendale, Arizona at Adobe Mountain RC Speedway.
And that's the race. Remember, all cars attack, all cars attack. Go to your tow number, please. Go to your tow number.
So yesterday, again, Jared Tebow set the pace in the Truggy division. Ryan Mayfield ended in the 2 spot. Dakota Fenn the 3, Cole Ogden the 4, and Mark Salza rounded out the top 5 of our fastest 3 consecutive lapped Truggies yesterday. Today, though, we're going for the entire 6-minute run, and that's going to determine who's going to set up for the main events on Sunday. We are going to have 4 rounds of qualifying, 2 today, 2 tomorrow. Everyone is going to stay in the same qualifiers. There's not going to be a resort. This is to ensure that drivers have the same track all weekend long. They are going to water after every 4 heats. And they have put some additives in the water to help try to control dust. I don't think that we're going to see the track groove up or look like a glued or any kind of special additive surface, I guess. I think this is more, again, just for dust control. This is stuff that's really supposed to kind of keep the dust down. And so far, it looks like that's to be the case.
1 lap off his best qualifiers for not marshalling. 10 seconds to get to your turn, guys. 10 seconds. Michael, 1 over here. Justin Huglen on 2. Justin Huglen on 2.
This is heat 3 of 8, our Truggy division. Again, we've got Daniel Salvis in this one, Scotty Brewer, Thomas Michaels, Emmanuel Niketz, Brett Densford, Derek, Jamie, Jose, John, Jacob, and Kyle.
8 on the back.
Our early TQ is Michael Cisneros' 11.617 set in this last heat. Drivers right now getting their vehicles warmed up, waiting for marshals to get out there and get set up. Maybe turn loose for some quick practice, and then we'll get the heat going.
Yeah, no maintenance, at least today. Just water every 4 races.
As we look at our ProTech RC pit lane cam. Both mechanics and drivers ready now as they signal with the flick of the wheel. Vehicle's going down and we're heading out to track here. Take a look at our beach RC track overview.
Morning, John Blakely, Otterville Raceway in Canada. Eh? Got Brent Dinsford from Beach RC in this one. One of our fantastic sponsors.
1 minute, guys, 1 minute. Remember, do not cut the track. Do not cut the track to get the pit lane. You must finish a lap. Otherwise, it's a 10-second roll penalty.
These guys getting their warm-up. First time seeing the track today. Starting to get a little bit drier.
Get your fuels in it.
Got Brad from Chicken Dinner Raceway. Joshua. Morning, guys. Yeah, there's always a chance of maintenance at these events. I don't know what their plan is. It seems like it's kind of being made up as it goes along.
Eight, 15 seconds, guys, 15 seconds.
So pretty much everybody, or I shouldn't say pretty much everybody, is checked in for this one.
So we are going to have a full track on this one. No one's going to have a advantage of having no traffic. As we get the green flag out here, driver's starting to hit over the big double on the backside here. Down the tabletop, in through the option section.
So E-clip the first one on the clock.
Again, this backside of the track is difficult to see from the driver's stand. Just that 180 section is just deceiving where that corner is.
Making the double, going straight through the hole. This is an E-clip with a 33.8 to start. He's on an 11.512 pace. That'd be enough for new TQ.
Letting these guys get their early laps in here to let them sort out. Looks like Brent Dinsford to the point with a 33.3 on that lap. He, along with Jacob and Emmanuel, are looking to put themselves top 3 if they can keep this pace up.
So like you said, Brent out front, I believe, running an S-Works car. Jacob Behiel in a Techno. I don't know what E-clip's running.
.430 to go in this one. Looks like Jacob's going to move himself to the point. He comes out with a 34.1 on lap number 2. He, Brent, and Emmanuel still looking to put themselves top 3. So we take a look at the Techno Dragons back. To the back side of the track, down the back straightaway.
E-clip back to the front with a 33.4 on an 11.510. Hot lap of the race, Thomas Michaels in the 4 spot with a 32.8.
Oh, we got somebody upside down. Up and going again. Taking a look at Emmanuel out front there. 32.4 out of our leader that last time. Thomas, Emmanuel, Jacob, and Brent all looking to go faster than TQ. Thomas now to the point. He comes around with a 32.4.
So Thomas has had the hot laps of the race. He's popped off a couple of 32s. He's the only one who's in the 32s.
Oh, wow, that was impressive.
I think this is Daniel Salvis making a little bit of a mistake.
Quite the save there. So again, Thomas now to the point. Emmanuel, Jacob, Brent, Jose, your top 5.
I believe one of these drivers is Thomas. He might be this orange car.
Unfortunately, finding himself upside down.
Yeah, we'll figure it out when we go across the line which one it actually is. Hopefully not the orange car for his sake, because this has been a rough lap. So Michael's out front. He just does a 32.1, so going even faster as we keep going. Techno Dragon's back shot. Through the back section of the track. Down the back straight. Down the hill. avoiding the holes there.
So we got Thomas Michaels, Jacob.
The second car in line here is Jacob Vigil, our third place driver. Taking the option line, trying to beat this other car through there, makes it happen. It's a good line.
I think that's the other thing to take in consideration, too. If you take that option line, if the guy in front of you sees you do it, it's a little added pressure on him to make sure he doesn't screw it up because he knows that you're coming there on that inside line.
Which, in this situation, that guy did kind of mess up, so Jacob was able to get around him. So Jacob did a 2-spot on his hot lap of the race, a 32.8. Thomas Michaels has made it down into the 31s with 31.4. So only 2 drivers ahead of Michael Cisneros now.
It's 125 to go in this one. Everybody, the top 2 drivers looking to go faster than Michael Cisneros is 11.617. Right now pacing 11.602 for Thomas, 11.616 for Jacob.
Jacob across the line again with another new hot lap of 32.2. So young drivers starting to get it figured out. Talked to his parents yesterday. They said that this was their first time doing Nitro.
What an event to make your first, the Nitro Nationals.
Makes a mistake, but Marshall there quickly. E-clip ahead of Michael Cisneros' time now.
.35 seconds to go in this one.
So Thomas Michaels with a long lap coming. Still haven't seen him come by. He may not be on. Oh, there he is. 43-second lap, so he's down to an 11.623. So that's going to not help his case. Got massive carnage in here.
We're taking a look at Scotty Brewer in here somewhere. I think him and John Young. I believe it was John in the orange and white Truggy there.
And I think I just saw Jacob Vigil off the track as well. So he may be done.
There comes Scotty. There goes Jose. John across the line there. Time has expired for these guys, but they are still finishing up their 6-minute heat runs. Jacob looks like he's going to finish this one up at the top after some rough laps out of Thomas. That's going to be an 11.615 for Jacob if he can finish this last lap here.
Nah, he's off the track.
Oh, I apologize.
I saw his car in the middle of the track, so unfortunate luck.
Emmanuel then, 11.621 is going to take the top spot. Thomas looking to come around and still put in a top 5 run if he can finish off this lap. Scotty Brewer with an 11.625. There's Thomas with an 11.626. So Scotty actually going to go from all the way from the 5th position to the 2 in the final closing laps. And just like that, Michael Cisneros is an 11.617, stays firm. Emmanuel's going to end up in the 2 spot. Scotty, the 3 for overall qualifying so far. So we move into heat number 4 of 8.
Jared Cully and Manuel Aguilar checking in, giving props to the track crew. Lance asking if I'm racing this weekend. I'm not. I'll be back, I think, for Psycho, but not racing this one. So this one we've got Cole Chura, Dave Burt, Dylan Bartlett, Eric DeShinez, Gleckler, Sava, Sontag, Thompson, Wyrick, Alcorn, Saunders, and Trevino.
Looking for race number 3, drivers, 2 Marshall spots, please. We have phones with numbers today. Big improvement.
This is heat number 4 of 8 in our Truggy division. Again, after this one, we're going to see water being put down to the track. They are going to water the entire track as we take a look at the ProTech RC pit lane cam. Mechanics getting final adjustments to engines. Fuel being topped off. Egos being checked. These guys are ready to hit the track and get going.
Make sure we got cones covered here. I think we do. All right, race 4, roll them out. Check them in, track is yours. You did or didn't? Okay. All right, so we've got Michael Cisneros.
In this one again, we're going to have Cole Chura, Dave Burt, Dylan Bartlett across the line there early as everybody gets in there. Eric, Jordan, Nick, Mike Sontag, Cody Thompson, Brian, Sean, Travis, and Danny. Our early TQ was set by Michael Cisneros, 11.617. Emmanuel in the 2 spot, Scotty Brewer the 3, Justin Hugland the 4, and Thomas Michaels the 5. That's our current top 5 in the Truggy round as we get into Heat 4. Again, as we get a little closer to the 8th heat, we're going to see our top drivers from the seeding round of practice yesterday.
Under a minute.
Should be getting this one started in the next minute. Notch Johnson checking in.
This is going to be 6-minute qualifiers again. The TQ to beat 11.617 out of Michael Cisneros. Emmanuel 11.621. Scotty had an 11.625. So you're wanting to go sub 11.610 really if you're wanting to set a early TQ here.
I think we're going to see 12 from our top guys for sure.
I'll have to agree with that. We're also looking for our first sub 30-second lap times as we go green here in this qualifier, Heat 4 of 8, Truggy class.
Getting these guys on the clock. Got 2 guys taking the option lines already. Kind of converging into each other.
Right side, watch out. Brandon Rose got us. Thank you, sir.
So it looks like Cole is going to set the early quick one there just momentarily until Brian comes around. 32.8 out of Brian. Mike Sontag, 34.3. Eric, a 33.8. Dylan, 31.8. He's going to go to the point after lap 1. Nick Sava, 32.4.
Jordan Gleckler to the 2. So our top 5 guys ahead of Cisneros after 1 lap. Looks like we've got Brian Wyrick right here coming onto the straightaway. He's the car with it. Looks like it. Well, he's tangled up with somebody, but his car looks like it has really big sidewalls just because he's running the Hot Race black carbon wheels with the wheel stickers over them. So the tires are the same size. They just look kind of funky.
4:17 to go in this one early on. 2 laps complete, drivers completing their 3rd. There goes Brian right there with the 33.7. Brian over the big double, over the big tabletop, dropping down into the option section. Opts to go wide this time.
2 rounds of qualifying today, and we are out in the Phoenix area in Arizona. Got 2 drivers on a 12-lap pace already, Dylan Bartlett and Jordan Gleckler. Hot lap of the race, 31.8 from Bartlett.
So right now we're looking at 8 drivers going faster than Michael Cisneros' early TQ.
We had a flame out in the background. So Bartlett with a new hot lap of 31.7.
Clicking off a tenth each lap, it would seem, early on. Dillon over the backside of the track again. The section that's hard to see down the back straightaway through the moon crater. Swinging it wide and cutting inside is our race leader. Going over the start-finish line, that was Brian Work. Looks like Mike Sontag there in the blue and yellow.
Got the Racecraft boys checking in the chat. Cheering on their buddy Cody Thompson.
Sontag to the inside line there. Oh, but getting past from that outside line. Again, that's the kind of the reason for the outside option used more than not, and kind of set up for that roller a little better, it would seem. But if you can get it right, that inside can be fast as well.
And I believe that he just got passed by our leader. So this should be Dylan Bartlett in the pink truck.
It looks like it was there. 32 flat for Dylan as he works getting around Mike Sontag. Sontag keeping close in tow there. Sontag finds himself in the 5 spot. Dylan still on a 12-lap run, the only driver on the 12-lap run. 12:6:22 the pace for Dylan. Brian Work in the 2nd spot, 11.6 flat. 31.4 the fast lap for our race leader, Dylan.
This is our leader working his way over the double and onto the straightaway. 31.3 new hot lap. He likes that outside option line.
140 to go in this one. Dylan finding himself down the back straightaway. Still the only driver on a 12-lap run. This one should be a fairly decent lap here. He's going to come around with a 31.1. That is his new fast lap.
He's the opposite of the commentator's curse. As soon as we started watching him, he started going faster.
It's rare that we get to talk about a guy and he improved, so keep it up, Dylan. It looks like he's going to put in another heater here right now. Just keep this together. It's going to cost him just a little bit of time, but again, he had worked with a pretty quick pace so far. So Dylan still on a 12-lap run. I'm going to guess high 31s here. 31.6.
So Sontag up to the 3 spot, Sava to the 4, Thompson to the 5, and Saunders to the 6, as well as the Shinnas in the 7. Those guys are all ahead of Cisneros. So this heat's starting to pick up the pace quite a bit. We could maybe see 13 laps.
Oh, man.
Trouble for Bartlett on the back straightaway. Oh, no.
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 Yep.
Yeah, that's better. Okay. That was a not great decision making, but at least he fixed it. Still out front, 12:6:29, but that's a bummer because he lost about 3 extra seconds trying to figure out what to do.
Once again, still on a 12-lap run, though, as he has to contest with Mike Sontag again here.
Got Tanner Ashmore checking in.
Time expiring in this one. The driver's finishing up. Looks like Sontag's going to be the first one done. An 11.604 for Mike Sontag.
Here's our leader getting his 12th lap in.
Thompson done. Deshaun finished out. Wyatt finished. There's Saunders. 2 more to finish. Here comes the Alcorn. And your winner. And a new PQ. 12 lap 6:26 with a 7. Age with a 30.564. Really quick out there.
So this one finishing up looks like Dylan, may have missed. Dylan's coming off track there somewhere, so Dylan not coming around to finish up.
He made it. 12:6:26.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry there. I'm just not looking correctly. 12 6:26 the pace there. It looks like Brian actually got on a 12-lap run as well. 12:6:30. Mike Sontag 11:6:04. Looks like Nick Sava and Cody Thompson also going faster than Michael Cineros' 11:6:17 TQ that was set early on. So new TQ out of our top 7 as we get into heat number 5 of 8. Chris Nelson, Don, Buddy, Chris Wheeler, Cole Jensen, Adam Peters, Jerome, Billy Fisher, Paul Ciccarello, Wyatt Beecher, Brendan Bartlett, and Rhonda Drake in this one.
All right, so here's your new top 10. Dylan Bartlett with TQ, 12 lap 6:26 with a 7. Then Brian Wyrick, Mike Sontag, Nick Savas, and then Cody Thompson in 11:6:07. That's it. Then Ciceros, Burt, Deschamps, Nick Zat, and Travis Saunders 11th right now on 11 lap 6:20.
Again, we are getting water after 4 heats, so that's what you're seeing take place right now. Water going down on the track. They are going to water the entire surface, trying to keep the dust down and keep the track intact. But the damage was already done in the last couple of days of practice because this track has taken some abuse, and it presents a nice challenge for all the drivers.
I prefer the track getting fully watered, though. I think that this is a better plan than what we had yesterday.
The outside line dust watering just didn't really seem to do much. It seemed like pretty much instantly after getting it done, it was just as dusty. So at least this way, the entire surface is getting covered. And so far, out of our first 4 heats, it looked like the dust actually was contained pretty well.
Looks like Westergaard's got a weak stream over there.
So we have our friend Chris Nelson from TNR Fuels in this one. Got the other Bartlett brother in this one as well, Mr. Brendan Bartlett. The queen herself, Rhonda Drake. The guy who's been relegated to Joe Bourne horse pit guy, Billy Fisher.
We're coming up here on race number 5. This will be Chris Nelson, Don Vickemover, Buddy Christian, Chris Wheeler, Cole Jensen, Adam Peters, Jerome Kidner, Billy Fisher, Paul Ciccarello, Wyatt Fider, Brendan Bartlett, and Rhonda Drake. So that's going to be our 12. It'll be coming out here for race number 5 shortly. Once again, 2-2 out of that last seed, Dylan Bartlett. 12 lap 6:26. In that last race, race 5, it was Bartlett and Wyrick doing 12 laps. Sontag, that's Mike with an 11:6:04. Then Sava, Thompson, Burt an 11:6:19. Deschamps, Saunders an 11:6:23. Hey, Sava.
Taking a look at our Pro Tech RC pit lane cam here as the watering finishes up and drivers get out on track. See the Drake there topping off his wife, Rhonda. Go this way or that way? I'm going that way. Okay, cool. Thanks, man. Just give a little play-by-play on the audio here.
Yo. Thomas, go to your left just like a step. Yeah. Thank you. All right, here we go. Rolling out, checking in. Race number 5.
And the driver's starting to hit the track here from the Protec RC pit lane cam on to Drake down.
Heat 5 of 8. So we're halfway done with truck for round 1.
New camera angle for a little bit.
Like it. This is the tricky backside of the track, and we're talking specifically right there at the little 180 going on the straightaway. Tough to see. Oh, Fish Daddy. He got upside down here early on in practice.
You people out there in internet land better enjoy this camera angle because I had to put in manual labor for this. Camera guy Travis and I had to put together the scaffolding that Lucas is standing on right now. So if Lucas falls, he knows who to come find. But yeah, this thing is OSHA approved.
Right, they're going to be coming to the line here. And we're all set. Everybody in?
Again, our early TQ was set by Dylan Bartlett so far. He was the first driver to hit 12 laps, 12.626 out of Dylan. Brian with a 12.630, and Mike Sontag, 11.604. Take a look at the Techno Dragons back. Get over the tricky back section of the track. Down the back straightaway. That one tree there is doing all of its might to help keep the moisture in this track.
And that was a 39, but other than that, low 31s and then ended with a 30.5. Really strong run. 45 seconds, you go 5 and 45.
Luke looking to go live here in less than 35 seconds. Several drivers in this one poised to potentially overthrow the current TQ set by Dylan Bartlett, the first driver to hit 12 laps. He did so in a 6:26 pace. Take a look at Fish Daddy there hitting the inside line. Billy Fisher in the blue, yellow, and white S-Works Truggy.
Fish Daddy.
Big Fish Daddy.
Look on live in 5, 3.
It looks like this one is going to go live here.
Billy Fisher getting a
Here
hold
we
of
are.
that. We're going to front side without
Live
a
from Live
front
RC.
side double. Moving up in the
Chris
front
Nelson
side.
again in this one. Donnie V,
A recent Nitro
Buddy
driver
Christian, Chris
champion.
Wheeler, Cole Jensen, Adam Peters, Jerome, Billy Fisher, Paul Ciccarello, Wyatt, Brendan, and Rhonda Drake.
Just had a little bit of TNR Fuels option lane cam. Chris Nelson again in this one, owner of TNR Fuels.
Everybody looking to try for a 12-lap run. Could we see 13 as we get higher in the heats here? This is heat 5 of 8 in our Truggy class. I believe we're going to have 19 total heats for the day.
Fisher pops off with our first 30-second lap of the race, a 30.9. Cole Jensen to the 2, Ciccarello to the 3, and Chris Nelson to the 4.
Brandon Bartlett, 31.8, is going to put himself up a position to number 4. Early on, after one lap, top 5 drivers looking to go faster than Dylan Bartlett's TQ of a 12.26. Cole Jensen at the point right now. Paul Ciccarello and Billy Fisher, top 3. Top 4 drivers total as we take a look at the Techno Dragons back, looking to go faster than TQ. Oh, Fish Daddy getting it wrong. Stays on all 4 wheels, though, so he's not going to lose a ton of time. Was the one thing that I noticed as we got into the day yesterday is even the pro heats, it felt like almost every pro driver had at least one little hiccup or mistake throughout their run. So no one able to go super clean out there.
There's a lot of crashing.
Add some elements to the racing aspect.
So Fish Daddy opting for the inside option line.
3:55 early on to go in this one. Paul Ciccarello early on out front.
He's the only one ahead of Dylan Bartlett's time from the previous run.
X-Ray team manager. I believe that's him working his way down the back straightaway right now. Yellow, white. Blue in there too, I believe.
I think it's just yellow and white.
Yeah, I think they're actually right now. I think about it. Looks like he's coming up on Rhonda Drake right now.
Line taking the same line, TNR camera for the option line. Chicky making it by on the inside. That's a good place for Rhonda to kind of let him go.
About the best transaction you could have had right there too. Not a ton of open spots where you can let people by and not lose time. Options to pass for sure, but you're going to force somebody to lose a little bit of time.
Right, and Rhonda's on a top
Paul.
5 run herself, so.
Not wanting to give up anything there. Paul gets it wrong a little bit, almost collects Rhonda. Rhonda making sure to keep her clean run going there. Paul still out front. Chris Wheeler to the 2 spot. Brendan Bartlett in the 3. Cole Jensen and Billy Fisher. Rhonda in 6 right now. And it does look like all but Rhonda are looking to go faster than Dylan Bartlett's TQ. Chris drops down below TQ now.
Paul's kind of falling apart on this lap. He made a couple of mistakes. This is where, like, if you're a driver who let him go, you're getting a little annoyed because you're like, I just let you go. I don't want to do this again.
Well, especially, too, when the driver never pulled away from you, as Rhonda was able to keep pace with Paul the entire time. So Paul finding himself looking for a pass again maybe, but I don't think he's going to get easy assistance out of Rhonda this time.
So Bartlett to the lead now in a 12.624. Jensen in the 2, Billy Fisher in the 3. They're all ahead of Dylan Bartlett's time.
Rhonda Drake over the large double there in the black, white, and pink. Mugen working her way down into the option section. Paul looking for the inside option.
But he overcooked it. He didn't think about what he was doing before he did it.
Oh, but Rhonda getting taken out by, it looks like that was Billy Fisher, I believe.
No.
No.
Maybe, but I think it was somebody
I
else.
don't think so. Either way, not intentional, but.
Billy just started his lap, so that was somebody else.
Yep, it was. 1:20 to go in this one. Cole Jensen finds himself out front still. Brendan Fisher had worked his way up to the 3 spot after a 31.8 the last lap.
This is Cole Jensen with the yellow wheels. Can't really tell what kind of car he's driving. Oh, and he's stuck. Oh, HB. HB Racing for Cole Jensen. And he's backwards.
All kinds of chaos happening on that back straightaway, it looked like there that lap. 50 seconds to go in this one. It was Cole out front. He got it wrong that lap just a little bit. It's going to actually put Billy Fisher to the point now. Fisher on a 12.623, 2 seconds faster, 3 seconds faster than TQ.
He's also got the hot lap of the race with a 30.7. Techno Dragon's back shot. Bunch of drivers kind of all bunched up together.
Rhonda and Cole working their way down the back straightaway. Oh, neither driver willing to give an inch. They both stay upright. Cole takes the track position, but then gets held up a little bit by the next driver. With 10 seconds to go, it's going to be Billy Fisher. Chris Wheeler finds himself back up to the 2 spot. Only Fisher the only one ahead of TQ right now. Take a look at Rhonda Drake over the double onto the roller single. To the backside 180 down the back straightaway. It is the Mugen driver of Rhonda Drake. Time expiring in this one. Everyone trying to finish up. Fisher looking to finalize as we take a look with Billy right here over the big double. Working his way back to timing and scoring. Fisher is going to set early TQ 12.622 out of Billy Fisher, the S-Works driver. Chris Wheeler looking to finish up in the 2 spot. We should see him over the line any moment. Brendan, there's Chris Wheeler. Chris is going to finish up, and Chris will actually edge out TQ by less than a second as well. from the previous round, so he'll find himself in the number 2 overall position with a 12.625. Brandon Bartlett looking to finish up as well. Paul Ciccarello has finished with a 12.628. So a lot of drivers close to TQ, but Dylan still finds himself in the number 3 spot. Overall, Paul does finish with that 12.628. Chris Wheeler with 6.25. Fisher with 6.22. New TQ, Billy Fisher. As we take a look at the ProTech RC pit lane cam, drivers coming back in. The Drake there picking up his wife.
Jensen rounding out the top 5. I need everybody to check. I need all cars to check, and then drivers back to the track in Marshall's spots. Here's your new top 10. Fisher on point, 12.622.6.
So 3 more runs to go. So no more water, even for the A heat this round for Truggy.
I think they said by number, but I'll move people around.
This one's got Duvall, Heckert, Sontag, Fuller, Setzer, Fuller, Van Dalen, Bata, Robinson, Wiggins, Arredondo, and KJ, Kyle Johnson.
Definitely some fast ones in this one. In fact, we saw Ron DeVol hold a TQ all the way through the A qualifier yesterday.
8-10. We're not going by numbers. We are going by
Again, fast one, Spencer Heckert in this one. Tater Sontag, Mason Fuller, Lee Setzer, Caden Fuller, Seth Van Dalen, Davey Bata, Jermaine Robinson, Jared Wiggins, Carlos Arredondo, and KJ, Kyle Johnson.
The kid's making it really difficult on Mike Fuller down there, having both of them in the same race.
Father Sontag, Mike mechanicking for son Tater.
Got a couple of dads down there. See Jermaine's dad, Davey's dad,
Scott Heckert down there on the end.
Jared Wiggins' dad, Seth's girlfriend, Maddie.
I got somebody on one. All right, here we go. Race 6 rolling out, second in, track, you good?
And from our ProTech RC pit lane cam, driver starting to hit the track. Again, we're getting water after every 4 heats. So the track was watered a few heats ago. You say, honestly, right now is probably about as prime as it's going to be from the watering schedule.
It's pretty good right now. We shall see. Dylan put in his heat on the driest the track would be, and it was pretty good. So I don't know. I kind of feel like it's a little not. I mean, it's not super detrimental. It doesn't seem like. So you get water. Billy and Chris Wheeler put in good runs with water. Dylan put in a good run with as dry of a track as you're going to get. So I don't know.
This is heat 6 of 8 in our Truggy division. As you can tell by a lot of the names in this one, we're getting closer and closer to our top drivers in the heat, in the class. In our next heat, we'll see guys like Cole Tyler Jones, Joe Bornhorst, Tanner Denny, CJ Jellin, Ryan Pavitas, Anthony Westgard, Adam Drake, and Kyle Turner again.
As well as Ethan Mechanic and Walker Spinrad.
Lots of fast ones in that one. Lots of fast ones in this one as we take a look at Lee Setzer. Pro Tech RC pit lane cam drivers coming in to get topped off with fuel. Lee Setzer there, the Team Associated J Concepts driver, working his way back towards the pit lane. He also is going to get fueled up and ready to go. Drivers looking to space themselves apart, understanding how critical it is on a track that presents a lot of technicality and close racing. Track's going to be going live in about 15 seconds here as you see drivers trying to, again, space out, ensure that they can have at least a few quick and clean laps before they start to get into traffic.
It's like we're catching up with Kyle Johnson for a second.
Well, one of the few ones out here with the old school traditional Truggy body on. A lot of drivers sporting the new two-piece Truggy bodies.
KJ is going to be the second one across the line with 31.3.
Lee Setzer cranking out a 30.4. Mason Fuller a 30.5. Seth Van Dalen also the 32nd lap, but Jared Wiggins is going to be the quick one early on, 30.2 from lap number 1. And then Tater Sontag shows up, 29.6 out of Tater Sontag. First driver to drop below that 32nd lap. Doing it on lap 1. So lap 1 is going to be Tater. Mason Fuller to the 2 after completing lap number 2. Jared Wiggins and Carlos Arredondo, our top 4 drivers. Setzer in the 5. As we take a look at a couple different drivers here. I believe that is Heckert going down the back straightaway. It is Spencer Heckert. Rocking the Mugen.
S-Works.
S-Works, I apologize. Formerly Mugen.
So Tater Sontag out front, 12.6 flats. Mason Fuller also on a 12.6 flat. Jared Wiggins on a 6.01. Carlos Arredondo on a 6.02. All of these guys ahead of Billy Fisher's time.
Taking a look at Tater Sontag right now in the blue and pink TLR ride. Pro-line driver over the...
Tater's had some really good runs at the Nitro Nationals. It seems like for some reason it's an event where he excels.
Somebody that likes to overdrive the car a lot. I think this is quite their style when they can get everything to go their way. Tater doing it right now. Tater finding himself in the number 3 position down the back straightaway.
Mason Fuller with our first 29, or not our first 29, but our fastest 29-second lap so far with a 29.4. He's out front on a 13.628, so we are going to be seeing some 13-lappers.
Mighty Mason Fuller, the HB team driver.
Techno Dragon's back for a couple of these guys.
Tater getting his way around all the traffic that he had to deal with the first couple of laps there. So
I'm not sure who this all white is, but they've got some pace. So we're going to see when they come across the line.
Tater getting hung up on the pipe there on an inside wheel and has continued to downfall on this lap there.
So that was Rondeval in all white that was making his way around. But here's Mason Fuller coming onto the straightaway.
Fuller skying it over the big double. 180 huck over the next double onto the tabletop. Oh, Tater also having another bad lap. So Sontag, after starting off strong, going to find himself down on the leaderboard.
More trouble for him. Mason, one of the big additions to the HB Racing team this year with his brother. And not great seating for really either of them. They didn't really make it happen in the first one, and then they were unfortunately part of circumstance in the second one with the track being slower. But both of them had really good second seed runs, which, even though it didn't show on paper, bodes well for today. And obviously, Mason's on a heater right now.
2:05 to go in this one. Fuller on a 13.628, our first 13-lap run of the day, if he can keep it up. Top 10, all looking to go faster than Billy Fisher's TQ. So the competition is starting to really heat up as we get into these final heats.
Fuller with a 28.8 on this last lap, so dropping it down even more to a 13.626. The Techno boys of Wiggins, Van Dalen, and Arredondo, 2-3-4 right now. They're on a 6.02, a 6.03, and a 6.06. Heckert's in the 5, and Setzer's down in the 6. Everybody ahead of Billy Fisher's TQ except for Tater Sontag.
125 to go in this one. Fuller looking to be our first driver to go 13 laps. Seth Van Dalen is awfully close as well on a 12.601 now pace. Take a look at the Techno Dragon's back camera.
So Fuller's got the 2 teammates of Bada and Duvall in front of him. 2 of the 10-scale guys. Trying to make quick work of these 2 so we can get back to leading the race. He's still on a 13.627.
45 seconds to go in this one. Take a look at the TNR option lane camera.
So here goes Fuller making quick work of Duvall. Oh, Duvall getting into him, and he gets stuck. Oh, bummer. It was not intentional. Duvall was on the brakes, but Fuller is not interested in either of these two guys. He would like to keep going. He's still on a 13.629 with a 31.6 on that lap. Not helping, but not. At least he wasn't upside down. Could be worse.
Seth Van Dalen still also flirting with that 13-lap run. He's on a 12.601 after putting in his hot lap on the previous lap, 29.5. As Fuller works his way down the back straightaway, he is our race leader and the only one currently on a 13-lap run. Top 10 drivers all looking to go faster than Billy Fisher's TQ. Fuller working his way over the back left side of the track.
He's going to officially make it on to 13 laps because this is his 12th lap is complete. And Seth Van Dalen going to finish on a 12.601.3, Wiggins on a 12.603, and Arredondo on a 12.604.
So Fuller here finishing up his victory 13th lap run. The HB team driver going to set the early TQ. 13.628.2 out of Mr. Fuller. Seth Van Dalen with that 12.601. Wiggins 12.603. Arredondo 12.604. And Spencer Heckert an 05. Lee Setzer an 07. Jermaine Robinson an 09. And Fuller an 11. So incredibly close racing, top to almost bottom here as we finish up heat number 6 and get into heat 7 of our Truggy class.
With a 13-lap 628.2 and a fast lap of 28.899. Wow. Nicely done. I need all cars to check, please. We'll head off to race number 7. So right there is Mason taking a run with that 13-lapper. Van Dalen at 12.601. Wiggins at 603. Arredondo at 04. Heckert at 05. Setzer at 07. Robinson at 09. King for 611. Steve Bauer at 618. Ron DeVolt at 622. So there's my top 10 overall. Coming right out of race number 6. Coming up next is going to be your pre-qualifier. I'm not worried about these guys. I think they'll have spots covered. So here we go.
Taking a look at our ProTech RC pit lane cam. Again, this is heat number 7 of 8 in our Truggy class. Starting to get into some of our big names here. Steve Harris, Cole Tollard, Tyler Jones, Joe Bornhorst, Ethan, Tanner Denny, CJ Jones, Ryan Pavitas, Anthony Westergaard, Adam Drake, Kyle Turner, and Walker Spinrad. So a lot of big names in this one. This is our B heat of our Truggy class as drivers starting to get their practice laps in here. They will have 6 minutes to try to better Mason Fuller's early TQ. Not really early anymore, so we're getting kind of late in the run. 13.628 for Mason. Van Dalen, the fastest 12-lap run with a 6:01, and then it's less than a second separating just about everybody as you continue to go back down the list. So this is going to get even closer and even tighter as we throw 20 of the best drivers in the nation, 24 of the best drivers in the nation out here on the track. Everybody coming in to get topped off from their practice laps and get ready for this 6-minute run. ProTech RC pit lane cam. See several drivers coming in.
40 seconds out.
Last minute tuning adjustments for Ryan Pavitas. Got Anthony Westergaard's lovely wife down there pitting for him.
So in about 15 seconds, we're going to see this one go live. And everybody's going to get their shot to better Mason Fuller's TQ of a 13.628.
I think that one's going to not hold, but it's going to be pretty close. That was a good run.
I'm going to make a uneducated prediction that will be a top 5 run.
Overall.
Oh, said and done.
Oh, okay, gosh darn.
It's a bold statement. And it, again, uneducated may not be true.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton.
It is a bold strategy.
See how it works out for him.
Taking a look at Joe Bornhorst here early on as this one gets underway. Bornhorst in the S-Works.
Bo Jornhorst.
Working his way over the blowing out double in the back to the back straightaway.
We had one Jason Rona back there. Freshest shoes in the game. Bo coming by with a 29.8 to start. Getting a little stuck.
Tanner Denny dropping down to the 29s as well, 29.7. Mr. Denny letting everybody get into these early laps. There's Tyler Jones with a 29.4 for the Techno driver.
Joe making a little mistake, but the S-Works boys starting off pretty hot, 2 and 3 after the first lap. Tyler Jones out front though, 29.4 hot lap to start it off. Joe with a 31.8, he's going to drop down to the 8th spot. Oh, Westergaard just jumped the in corner. So Westergaard jumping the corner at the end of the straight.
And Tyler Jones early on, first 2 laps, betters his fast lap each time. 29.3 that last lap from Mr. Jones, finding himself out front.
Peters.
Tanner Denny in the 2 spot. Kyle Turner in the 3. So far, only the top 2 drivers looking to go faster than Mason Fuller's TQ. Now only Jones. So we take a look at the J Concepts instant replay here.
Look at this right at the end of the straightaway. Just yacht.
Westergaard.
He made the double somehow too. Because like you'll see, he came across, he made the double. I don't know how.
It's impressive, especially when you're dealing with some depth perception there. Nothing really close to you on that side of the track. Adam Drake now sneaking into the lead as we take a look at Tyler Jones right now, working his way over the rumble section.
He had a 35-second lap on the third one. That's not gonna help.
He's gonna find himself really kind of dropping down the list there. Oh man, all the way back to the 11th spot is Mr. Jones after leading that one early on. And just like that, Mason Fuller's TQ is intact for the moment. Tanner Denny out front with a 12.601 to pace Steve Harris on an 03. Adam Drake also on an 03.
Got Tanner Denny working around with the S-Works car as well. New S-Works edition this year, as well as Joe Bornhorst. Tanner skying out that double on the left side. I think it's kind of a power move. If your shocks are good enough to just sky the double out, the dudes are just doing it, which is kind of sweet.
Denny leading this one, working his way down that back straightaway right now.
He's on a 12.6 flat, like you said. He's got Anthony right in front of him and Adam right in front of Anthony. Adam working his way around in the 4th spot for this heat. Whoa! Anthony just tried to jump over him. And Tanner's going to be like, yes, thank you. I would like to continue on. I will see you guys later.
Nothing feels better than being able to race that closely against 3 other guys and keep it clean, especially when you're the one that comes out front.
I'm not entirely sure that Anthony's intentions were to be super clean. I don't know what happened beforehand, but
it worked out that way.
Yeah, it worked out for Tanner.
Tanner finding himself over the big double.
13 lap pace now for him. Steve Harris in the 2 spot, one Army driver. Tyler Jones back to the 3. He's got the hot lap of the race at 29.2. So even that 35-second lap not hampering him too much, not helping.
Mason Fuller was the only driver that we've seen go sub 29-second laps early on. Then he works his way over the big double in front of the driver's stand to the left side of the track. Denny still on a 13.629, about a second slower than Mason Fuller's 13.628.
So you were kind of talking about how being the second run after the water, it looked like the track was pretty perfect, and I think I agree. It's starting to look dry now. And so for the A heat guys, it's going to be pretty dry.
To your point, you talked about that when the track was drier, they seemed to have decent runs. That's why I kind of said that. The track looked like it had just enough moisture that the dust was going to be down and off the line, but still some nice Nice dry conditions to be able to put some power down. So,
Cool. Just like right there, like the rear end just steps out. It's just a little slick. So the A-Heat guys may have a little bit of a disadvantage, but they are the A-Heat guys for a reason. Tyler Jones, hot lap of the race, 29.1. He's on a 12.603 now, even with the 35-second lap. So he's in the 2 spot.
pretty impressive when you think that potentially 6 seconds left out there on the track for Mr. Jones, and still finds himself sitting in the 2 spot in this one, and will put himself 5th overall going into the A-Heat. 30 seconds to go in this one.
He's going to be annoyed. Like I know Tyler, and he's not going to be stoked about that.
We take a look at Bornhorst down the straightaway in front of.
That looks like, I want to say Pavitas, but I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, it was Pavitas.
A couple drivers out there with similar white paint jobs.
Well, I thought Tanner was going to land on the pipe there.
4 seconds to go in this one. Danny still finding himself out front and is still the only driver on a 13-lap run. However, Tyler Jones has clicked off an extra second after turning a 29.3. He's on a 6:02 pace. Davida's trying not to take out Denny.
Yeah, try not to lose any time, but also not take out Tanner.
Difficult task. Time expiring in this one.
Whoa, Tanner's going to make a little mistake.
He is on his 13th lap at the moment, so that did slow him up a little bit. So he'll have had a couple of seconds left out there on that last lap. Jones did finish up on a 6:02. Steve Harris a 6:03. Bornhorst a 6:04. Tollard a 6:06. Tanner Denny finishing this lap out here. He is going to get a 13:631. So Mason Fuller from the C qualifier is still going to be our TQ heading into the A-Heat. The A drivers.
Your bold prediction, mate, is not looking as bold.
You know what? It sounded really bold at the time. As I said it, I'm like, there's a lot of fast guys coming up here. That may not have been a wise choice, but looking kind of smart right now. So
well, that and the track just isn't. The track's not getting wetter; it's getting drier. So,
and let me make sure to point out, I'm not smarter as much as I got lucky. I'll roll with that too. So,
all right. So our top 10 going into the final heat is going to be Fuller, Denny, Van Dalen, Jones, Wiggins, Harris, Arredondo, Bornhorst, Heckert, and Tollard.
Taking a look at the ProTech RC pit lane cam. See Mr. Tessman there. I see the great one, the fabulous one, I'm sorry, Barry Baker.
He's your 40-plus Nitro buggy TQ, or not TQ, but top seed.
Pulling double duty this weekend, mechanicking and pitting for Dakota Fend, and also dominating the other 40-year-old men here this weekend.
Take that as you will. I think his race is up next, too. No. He's got some time. He's in the A-Heat. We've got the TJ Eller, designer of the new RC8 V4. Gord doing a quick prayer. Graham Hill pitting for Jared Tebow down there.
See Richard Saxton down there as well, pitting for Rivkin.
Luckily, he doesn't shake nearly as bad when he's pitting.
If you've ever stood next to Richard Saxton on the stand during a race, you know exactly what's being talked about right now.
It's incredible. Apparently Eric shakes as well. Our producer shakes when he drives. Mike Trudy shakes also, but Richard's throttle finger is unmatched.
As we switch over to our Beach RC track overview. Again, this is our A-Heat. This is the final heat of the Truggy class. We're going to run 2 rounds of qualification today, so we'll see these guys again here after we get through the buggy class. Jared Tebow was the man to beat in the seeding round of practice yesterday, clicking off the 3 fastest consecutive laps. Mayfield found himself in the 2. Dakota Fend was our 3rd fastest Truggy yesterday. Cole Ogden 4th. Mark Sousa rounding out top 5. So These guys all looking to do that, plus many extra laps, 10 of them to be exact. As 13 laps has been the pace to set early on. Mason Fuller did it from the C heat on prime track conditions. He ran a 13.628. Tanner Denny so far has been the only other driver to reach the 13-lap mark. He did so in the last heat, the B heat. So take a look at drivers coming in. There's Aiden Horden coming in, getting topped off. Ty Tessman, Dakota Finn, Jared Tebow, Brandon Rose.
Yeah, Ty's on the box. See if they can get him refired. They're having trouble.
But not what you want to see in the first qualifier out of one of your national title contenders. And
there he goes.
He's restarted and going now. Ward gives a sigh of relief. 15 seconds until we get this one going. Again, the pace, a 13.628 to beat. It was set by Mason Fuller. Drivers finalizing any last-minute adjustments and getting ready to space themselves out and go for as clean a run as possible. The loop is live, and we're underway with the A heat of our Truggy class. Jared Tebow was the fast one to beat as we take a look at Ty Tessman right now. Tessman had a little bit of trouble in pit lane coming into this one. He has to collect himself and get back into a mental state where he's ready to go, and he looks to be doing so without any issue. Tessman working his way. That's what's so impressive, seeing somebody make that 180 turn so tightly. From the driver's stand, you have no idea where that is specifically. So to see these top guys close that gap so close, that's quite impressive.
Yeah, the depth perception in the back's really awkward. 29.4 from Tessman to start it off. He's got his X-ray teammate right behind him, Sousa. Here's Ryan Mayfield. He was one of the last ones to get on the clock. Coming to the front side of the track.
Mayfield looking to take advantage of starting back in the back of the pack to start this one out, getting the last bit of track time. Getting everybody else off the track for that final lap, hopefully.
Working his way through the Dragon's back, around the backside of the track.
2 laps in, though. Look who's atop the board. Mark Salsa with a 29.5 that last lap. Jared Tebow in the 2 spot, Dakota Fenn the 3, Mayfield the 4. And would you look at that? Right now, only the top 3 drivers looking to go faster than Mason Fuller's TQ. Pace right now from Mr. Salsa after 2 early laps is a 13.623. He comes around right now to click off a 29.7. He'll lose just a tad bit of pace, but he maintains the lead.
He just crashed, I think. He was an all-white body, and I think he just made a mistake.
Having the run of the weekend for himself.
Oh, no, it wasn't him. This is Mark.
Nonetheless, having a little bit of trouble, but honestly, he hasn't lost a ton of time. He's been on the pipe a bit.
That scared me. I don't know who else has a white body out there.
Take a look. It looks like this is Mark coming across the line right now. That is. Dakota Finn to the point, though, after a rough lap out of Mark. Defend on a 13.625. Tebow in the 2 spot. We'll take a look at a race leader, Dakota Finn, in the TLR 8 Elite X. There's a lot of names and letters that go with that one.
There's a T in there somewhere.
There is, yep. And I believe there's an E, because you could make it an electric version if you wanted to.
So Finn out front, Lutz to the 2, Sousa to the 3, Tebow and Tessman. So Tebow with I thought a rough lap, but he's good. Mark with a rough lap, he's going to drop to the 7. So here's Jared Tebow.
Tebow looked really solid in the buggy division yesterday, along with Truggy. Here he finds himself in the top 5 right now, sitting in the 4 spot as he comes across the line. And after that 29.1 out of Jared Tebow, he's going to find himself at the point, our new race leader, on a 13.626. Top 3, the only ones looking to go faster. And you know what? We haven't said his name yet, but look who's creeped up to the number 3 spot. Ryan Lutz, the newly re-added old-time Kyosho driver, back with Kyosho once again, finds himself in the top 3. Fend and Tebow going back and forth as we find Dakota Fend at the point. Jared Tebow over the big double in front of the driver's stand right now. That is our race leader, Techno team driver.
These guys keep swapping positions back and forth. Here's Dakota Fend again. working his way on the straightaway. So they're on opposite sides of the track. Dakota with a 29.5. He's in the 2 spot.
TLR J Concepts driver working his way into the option section right now. Dropping in, Dakota has looked fast in all classes all weekend long, as he usually does. Right now trying to set the fastest run for the first round of qualifications in the Truggy class. Dakota down the back straightaway. Current fast lap for Dakota looks like he was working with a 29.2, very close to Jared Tebow's 29.1 fast lap, but none of them have touched the 28-second mark that we saw out of Mason Fuller. Mr. Mighty Mason Fuller still finds himself sitting 4th overall if everything finished the way it stood.
Dakota just did a 29.1 on that last lap.
So Dakota matching Jared Tebow's fast lap as he's finding himself coming up on a little bit of traffic here. Looks like that's Mark Souse he finds himself over the backside of, and is that Rivkin in front of him? I can't tell for sure.
I believe yes.
So Dakota having good luck with the first driver.
He's out to the lead now as well. Sorry to cut you off. 13.624. Jared Tebow on a 13.625. Option lane, TNR Fuels.
Ooh, Dakota getting it just a tad wrong, but bounced off and kept pace and stayed right where he was. Didn't lose anything. Dakota out front right now on that 13.624 as he and Rivkin work their way over the doubles. Dakota decides not to go for the clearness. Doesn't want to get into the backside of Spencer. You have to be hard on the brakes when you land there, and if there's anybody in front of you, you just don't have anywhere to go.
He's still holding on to the lead even with that lap. It was a 29.9, 12.625. As well as Tebow also on a 12.625. Dakota going to really want to get around Spencer Rivkin right now.
And Rivkin not wanting to let him around. Not an ill intent, just the fact that he doesn't want to see somebody go faster than he is. Wants to try to be able to keep that pace and better it.
They're going quick, though. Both of them did sub 23 5-second laps that time.
And it looks like Rivkin is going to give the inside line to defend there. Again, one of the best spots on the track that you can give up a position and not lose a lot of time. Dakota looking to better that TQ as time expires in this one. We're going to see drivers finish their last laps here. Dakota's currently on lap 11, so he's going to have this plus one here. So now on lap 12. This will be his 13th and final lap. Jared Tebow is going to be finishing up here. This is his 13th lap. The drivers were separated by less than 2/10 of a second.
Tebow 28.7 on the last lap, 13.624. Wow. And Dakota making a mistake.
Dakota didn't lose a terrible amount of time, but just enough when you had to contest with Jared Tebow's 28.7. So Jared Tebow on the last lap, I believe, is going to take this one, and he does. 13.624.2 out of Jared Tebow, his overall time. 13.626 out of Dakota Finn. So Finn will find himself in the 2 spot. Ryan Lutz with a 13.627. Cavallari as well with a 13.627. And Tesman a 6.28. So I was off one position. Mason Fuller finds himself 6th overall that run. But our top 5 drivers from the A heat all going faster than TQ. Everybody completing 12-lap runs at a minimum.
Top 10 overall is going to be Tebow, Finn, Lutz, Cavallari, Tessman, Fuller, Denny, Ogden, Mayfield, and Brandon Rose.
So a lot of great racing in that first round of qualification for our truck division. We're going to start moving into our buggy heats now as we get ready to start round 1 of buggy.
Putting water down, we're putting water down on the whole track. Let's make sure we've got 4 hoses.
So now we're going to move into our Masters buggy category. First year that we've seen that at 1/8 scale Nitro Nationals. Blythe, Taylor, Wells, Didasco, DePiro, Cisneros, Gastelum, Harris, Sharp, and Stump. Got Dakota Finn throwing some water on the track. Hello, Kyle Swanson, Miguel Velez, Austin Weiland, D70 Racing, Rockin' Coupe MX304, Racecraft USA, Racecraft boys checking in. Start finish line is right before the front roller onto the front straight.
So all day today, we're going to water after every 4 races. When we do water, we're going to hit the whole track from pipe to pipe. So be ready for that. Race number 9, going to have a good track. It's going to be a first heat of 3 in 40 over.
So these guys throwing some quick water down.
Michael Cisneros, Roman Gaston, Chuck Harris, Stephen Sharpen, Jason Stark. Now we'll see how many show and how many don't.
There's Tim throwing water down as well. What's up, Brian from Long Beach, California? So the track's almost got water all the way around. We're getting there. Not a huge rush from anybody, it looks like, at the moment.
All right, so let's go ahead and have race number 8 start to hit those spots. I got number 3 open, number 5. I can have Hugo Finn, Lift, Cavalier, Dustman, Ogden, Mayfield, Rose, Rifkin, Horn, Secret, and Live. I'm missing 3 right now. Looks like Dakota's going to take number 3, and he's helping out with water as well. Thank you, sir.
We are taking a look at one of our overview cams here as the track is being maintained. Water put down. Good look at Cole Ogden there. He's got some luscious hair there. Quite the wave. Take a look at our ProTech RC pit lane cam. Again, this is our Masters buggy 40 plus. Since he's 1 of 3 in this class. Barry Baker was the fast man yesterday of the older gentleman. Props to the A-main drivers there. Did quick work of that track, get some water down, and a little maintenance done, and here we are with our 40-plus Masters buggy class off and underway. Early TQ will be set from this heat for the pace to be gone after. Oh, quite a bit of carnage going on there early on in the double. Definitely don't want to get this section wrong.
Not important and has nothing to do with the race, but Tim Line, if you can come to timing for for just 60 seconds, please.
Looks like we've got a few that have not checked in this one, so drivers once again are going to have a little bit more open of a track. Oh no, looks like we've got a flame out way back across the track, but look who's there to grab it. Ryan Lutz. Still the fastest one. Ryan Lutz, impressive there in that Truggy run. Didn't have the fastest times yesterday in either division, but found himself right there in the mix of things at the end of qualifying in Lake County. This is a 6-minute qualifier that we're going to see getting underway here in less than 10 seconds. This is our Masters buggy 40 plus. This is heat 1 of 3. These guys are looking to see who can do the most laps in the quickest amount of time, 6 minutes. And our loop is live and we get underway here. Take a look at our first drivers coming across. There goes Tony D across. Tony not making it over the big double, but keeps it together. Oh no, he's going to get it wrong and create quite the dust cloud. Might have to see a J Concepts instant replay on that. Take a look at our Techno Dragons back. Down the back straightaway, riding the pipe there. These guys get across the line here, and we'll start being able to see who's where. It looks like that's David coming across the line right there. Bob Taylor to the point early on. Bob a 37.8, David a 38.1. Tony came around with a 51.4, so quite the costly lap for Tony. I believe this is Bob that we're following that has stayed upright. Yellow wing there. We'll take a look when he comes down the back stretch and down to the start-finish line. Bob Taylor, your current race leader. It looks like Michael Blythe actually just jumped to the point. See Bob we're taking a look with here. Bob across the 35.4. He will find himself in the number 2 spot. Bob Taylor. Michael Blythe in the number 1 position. Trace Wells, the 3. Blythe right now working on an 11.626. So we take a look at Bob Taylor here. Bob working his way through the chicane down the back straightaway. Looking to complete a solid, clean, early first qualifier for the event. This is round 1 of qualifying here at the 2022 Roller Off-Road Fuel Nationals. We're in Glendale, Arizona at Adobe Mountain RC Speedway. Michael Blythe, it's probably in a mix of vehicles back here on the back straightaway. This might be Michael that we're taking a look with. That is Michael right there that we're following along with. No, I'm sorry, it's Trace Wells that we're following along with. Michael's in the back here a little bit. That's Michael there. Bob Taylor now back to the point. Bob on a 10.603, 35.2, the fast lap from Bob. The lap just completed. Oh, Michael getting it wrong here in the back section. Keeps it on all 4s though. Shadow's starting to loom inside the moon crater at the end of the straightaway. It's going to play a little bit of a problem for drivers. Get that crater's there. There goes Michael right there over the big double. He finds himself in the 3 spot. The other Michael Cineros. To the 2, Bob Taylor. Still leading this one, 10.607. Fast lap of 35.2. He did it 2 laps ago. Michael Cineros in the 2 spot. Blythe the 3. David in the 4. Trace Wells the 5. Again, this is our Masters buggy, 40 plus. There goes Tony D and Michael Cisneros across the line right now. Ooh, Michael getting it wrong. So did Tony D. Ooh, Michael finds himself back in front of Tony D on track and on clock. Through the big option section, landing the double on 2 wheels. Michael Cisneros looking to move himself back to the point, but he'll have to contend with Bob Taylor, who's currently leading this one by less than a second over him. Finishes up this lap strong with 1:40 to go in this one. Cisneros back to the point now and a 10.6.11. So we take a look at Bob Taylor there. Bob working his way down the back straightaway. That's our number 2 driver. Bob working his way over the double, squaring up to head back towards the driver's stand. Single, roller, big double. That's Bob Taylor, the number 2 driver. Yellow and blue, yellow wheels working his way over the big tabletop, dropping down into the option lane. Opted for the middle of the lane. That's not the correct option, but he keeps it together and he's still rolling. Cisneros still leading this one, 10.6.11. Bob Taylor 10.6.15. And Michael Blythe in that 3 spot. We're following along with our number 2 driver, Bob Taylor right now. Taylor working his way through the moon crater double, lands it. Ogden pulling a captain on the turn marshal spot. Oh, wow, Michael really goes big on that one, airs it out. I'm sorry, that was Bob Taylor that aired it out. Bob finding himself down in the 3 position. Everybody's struggling to clear that double, and Bob just cleared that thing by 12 feet. Didn't want to do that. 20 seconds to go in this one. Cisneros, I think, is off track. He is. It looks like Michael Blythe now to the point. Bob Taylor back to the 2. David to the 3. Trace Wells, then Tony D, our top 5 drivers, after Cisneros had to retire early from this one. Not sure what happened there, but disappointment for sure. Blythe leading this one with time expiring. That's Bob Taylor following along with his 2 spot. Here's our instant replay. Bob Taylor sending it. Man, almost landing all the way at the single there. That was pretty impressive.
Big thank you to our friends over at J Concepts sponsoring the instant replay cam.
So Blythe looking to finish this one out. He's going to be working on his final lap. Taylor finishing up as well. Here comes Bob right now. Final lap for Bob completed. Bob's going to end up with a 10.6.17. Michael Blythe finishing up here momentarily halfway through our circuit. He is on a 10.6.16. Michael back here in the back. So that's Michael and Trace that are finishing up here. Should be Michael that we see first. There is Michael, and he is actually going to drop down to the 2 spot. Bob Taylor's going to end up with that one. 10.6.17 for Bob. Michael Blythe, 10.6.18. David with a 10.6.27, along with Trace Wells also with a 10.6.27. So that's going to do it for heat number 1 of our Masters 40 Plus division. Heat number 2 will be up. Taking a look at our Beach RC track overview. This one we're going to see Mark Robinson, Derek Thibodeau, Chris Kramer, Josh Hieno, Brian Coward, Brian Lukovic, John Callis, Danny Trevino, and Cesar Galeos. Bob Taylor set the early TQ in our first heat. He ran a 10.6.17. Marshals working their way to their positions. our beachrc.com track overview.
What's behind? 8. Then the volunteer on 8, a volunteer on 9, and then I'm going to be good.
Taking a look at our ProTech RC pit lane cam drivers getting warmed up, ready to go for this heat number 2 of our Masters Buggy 40 Plus. Barry Baker, the fabulous one, was the one to beat yesterday. This is our B heat of 40 Plus Nitro. Mark Robinson was the fast one in this group. Derek the 2, Chris Kramer the 3. This guy's waiting for the signal to be allowed onto the track here. See Tyler Jones there doing a little mechanicking and pitting.
Yeah, we've got Tyler Jones and Jermaine Robinson. He's got Mark's car right there. Our quick round 1 Truggy recap is going live on the website as we speak. Just finished that one up. And we're waiting on marshals. It's pretty sweet, I guess.
Everybody in pit lane looks excited and ready to go.
So stoked.
Everybody loves to wait.
It was the best of times. It was the worst of times.
All right, there's a lot of creative people out there on the internet and in the world in general. So here's your creativity. I need to see the lip syncing, the false ad lip reading need to be done with some pit lane cams, because there's so much hand work, hand gesturing that goes on pit lane. There's a lot of communication. I feel like that could be a great video for somebody. So there you go. Just make sure to give me your 10% cut when you get that video to go viral.
Yeah, when you go viral, Ben wants his money.
And we're being turned loose here on the ProTech RC pit lane. Take a look at our track overview here. This is the back left side of the track. Taking a look, and see our driver stand in front of us there in pit lane. Drivers working their way through the options section here in practice. This left side of the track is actually held up pretty well compared to everything else out there. There's not really too many issues. It's really this back right side that has developed problems.
It's seen some things.
It's done some stuff. Wouldn't recommend it.
It is the section that gets shade, according to Eric.
That poor tree. It's look. Well, I guess there's 2 trees, but there's 2 trees trying to shade this entire track. They're very overworked this week.
They need workers' comp.
So this one is live. We're getting this one underway. Ooh, a little bit of chaos was avoided there. Drivers working their way down the back straightaway right now. This is our Masters Buggy 40 Plus division. Early TQ was set in heat number 1. That was Bob Taylor. A lot of guys coming over the double right now here. Coming across the finish line. Ooh, coming back in. I apologize. I thought that one had started. That actually has not been the case. So that's why you see everybody coming in pit lane here. ProTech RC pit lane cam. Guys coming in to get topped off. Any final adjustments anybody needs?
Quick splash and dash.
Some fuel, a quick temp. Everybody looks to be content. We're back on track. Now we've got a live loop. And we've got this one started to see who can try to better Bob Taylor's 10 laps, 6:17. He set that in the previous race. This is our B heat of the Masters 40 Plus. A heat will be up next.
I like it when the guys jump over into the option line. I think it's pretty sweet looking.
I think that's actually probably what I see more times than not when I'm going, oh, I don't know that they meant to do that. It just doesn't look, it looks natural, but it doesn't. It's pretty cool. Taking a look over the double in front of the driver stand now, coming back in front of it. That is Brian Lukovic coming around first, clearing his way over the big double. Chris Kramer is going to find himself to be the fastest driver early on, though. Low 34s, 34.2 out of Chris Kramer. Taking a look at the Techno Dragons back right now.
So pitted.
Whoopah! Mark Robinson early on out front. Chris Kramer, Josh Hieno, Derek Thibodeau, excuse me. So it looks like our 7 drivers out front in this one early on are looking to go faster than Bob Taylor's TQ. That was a 10.617. Looks like we are finally into an 11-lap run out of this class. 11.608 for Mark Robinson so far.
Ripping.
Through the option line section over the double. Single roller rolling back around to the single.
I don't know who this is.
We'll take a look.
I don't think it's Mark. Mark's in a yellow car.
You know what, though? They've kept the car on all 4 wheels for the entire lap, so you know what? They might be a fast one out there right now. I think this is going to be Mark coming around, actually.
But it's Heino.
It is. It was Josh Heino. Looks like Heino got spun around there after the big double.
Somebody's shaking up there.
Man.
My goodness.
Is he panning for gold?
I don't know, man.
Mark Robinson, Chris Kramer, Brian Lukovic, our top 3 right now.
Here's our leader.
Mark Robinson, yellow, blue, and white, down the back straightaway, avoiding the moon crater, working his way to the south side of the moon, back in front of the driver's stand. That is a race leader right now. Mark Robinson, a 33.2 that lap. He's still out front and on a pace of 11.604. He's got about a 5.5 second lead over Brian. Chris Kramer, another 1.3 back from him at the TNR option lane camera.
The option lane still looks grooved up. Techno Dragons back for our leader. Oh, jumping to the backside. I thought he was going OTB, but he did not. Smooth enough lap here for our leader. 33.5. So he does 233, or yeah, bunch of mid 33s over and over again.
Top 5 still looking to go faster than Bob Taylor's TQ. And it looks like 3 of the top 5 are on 11-lap runs right now. Race leader working his way. Oh, no, upside down and back on all 4s. Down the back straightaway, that is Mr. Mark Robinson. Not going to lose a ton of time on this one. Had a little bit of a mistake, but again, if you can end up on all 4s and not have to get marshaled, it wasn't that bad of an incident.
No. 11.610 for Mr. Mark Robinson. Well ahead of the rest of the field.
Still 14 seconds up on number 2, Brian Lukovic. Chris Kramer in the 3, Brian Coward in the 4. And Josh in the number 5 spot. Top 4 drivers looking to go faster than Bob Taylor's TQ. That was a 10.617. Race leader Mark Robinson, yellow, blue, and white wheels over the big double. Working his way to the left side of the track, up and down the tabletop into the option lane section. He's going to opt for the outside. Squaring up nicely to set himself up for the double single. Really more of a double roller. Just depends on how high in the air you get off of it. Robinson made it a roller, though.
Whoa.
Oh, no, getting turned around there and finding a car going backwards on the straightaway. How does that happen?
It's like Frogger.
Unfortunate events for our race leader.
He's onto the straightaway, though. He should still, yeah, he's still out front by quite a bit.
Still maintains a 14-second lead. didn't enjoy going a second slower than he has previously. 36.1 that time for Mark Robinson. But again, you got to keep a cool head in a situation like this. Stuff's going to happen. It's a national race.
That could have been worse.
Definitely could have. Tell you, this back section of the track, as most drivers predicted it as practice has gone on this week, has become one of the trickier sections, not only in visibility, but just track conditions in general.
Yeah, it was the newest section of the track. It was just added for this layout, and it's been kind of strange. It's not really doing the exact same thing that the rest of the track is.
Added elements of difficulty here for our nation's best, competing for that national title in their respected classes. Time expiring in this one, Mark Robinson, who we're following along with in the yellow, blue, and white.
Oh, he's upside down.
Finds himself upside down.
Donnie's there pretty quick.
Again, he had a 14-second lead, so we're not going to assume that anything will change with the position. However, he is going to lose a little bit of time on what was a pretty clean run for himself. He's going to get an 11.617 and still end up with a 17-second lead over Chris Kramer.
He's got one more lap to go. Oh, and he's stuck. There he goes.
Up on two wheels, back and going again.
One of our marshals is having a big stretch and not noticing the car upside down. So this is not a great last lap for Mr. Robinson.
Luckily finding himself on an 11-lap run nonetheless, so he will maintain TQ. But I tell you what,
oh, no.
We're seeing 17 seconds dissipate pretty quick here in this lap.
He may not even be first anymore.
I'd say any other issues here in these last few turns would result in just that. Let's see.
Oh, he gets it.
He will hold on to it substantially, but did lose at least 12 seconds on that one, a 46-second lap for Mr. Robinson. He will maintain the win, though, and the current TQ with that 11.629. Only one other driver was able to turn out an 11-lap run. That was Chris Kramer with an 11.642, and then Brian Lukovic with a 10.608, Brian Coward with a 10.612. So those are the only four drivers that went faster than Bob Taylor's TQ set in Heat 1. And now we'll move into the A main event, the A main heat of our 40-plus Masters Buggy division.
So we've got some fans from Germany and Sweden. Jeremy Caston checking in from Georgia. I do not believe Kevin Tomsovic is racing. Have not seen him. This is the Roar 1/8 scale Off-Road Nationals 2022 edition. This is our A qualifier of Masters Buggy. Baker, Nelson, Nixat, Welker, Sontag, Brewer, Alcorn, Saunders, Walker, and Long. Got South Africa in the house.
So again, Barry Baker, the fabulous one, pulling fabulous double duty this weekend, racing the Masters 40-plus class and doing quite well at it, finding himself as the early practice TQ out of our seeding round yesterday. He's also the mechanic and pitman for our fast phenom Dakota Fenn. Found himself in the top two of our Truggy class, finishing second behind Jared Tebow and what was a barn burner on the last lap. Ryan Lutz down there in pit lane. So we take a look at our ProTech RC pit lane cam. See Miss Chloe Finn sitting down there with Mike Sontag, I believe.
Looking like she's really confused as to how she got into this situation.
She looks really excited to be down there right now. Again, this is heat number 3 of our Masters 40-plus division. Mark Robinson is our TQ going into this one. He was the one that was able to turn the fastest time, 11:6:29, as we get turned live here from our ProTech RC pit lane cam. Drivers starting to hit the track and get their warm-up laps in. Drivers starting to get some practice laps in here. The track conditions will be this. They will be ever-changing. Every 4 heats, we're going to be putting water down on the entire track.
The whole thing.
All of it. Different from what we've been doing every day so far this week, but that's kind of been the case so far this weekend. Again, some big names in this one. Barry Baker, Chris Nelson, Emmanuel Nixat, Mike Welker, Mike Sontag, Scotty Brewer, Sean Alcorn, Travis Saunders, William Walker, and Tim Long.
All right, ProTech pit lane cam. These guys back in for a little bit of fuel before the race.
So we take a look here with the great one himself,
Fabulous.
Barry Baker. Fabulous one, I'm sorry. He's great to me. Barry's been around forever.
He spilled water on me the other day. It may or may not have been on purpose.
So you guys aren't talking now? Is that
We're
what
not
I'm hearing?
now.
I got you. Green flag on this one.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
Barry getting it wrong. I don't think he had crossed the line yet. No, he has not. So it's an irrelevant lap for Mr. Baker. Chris Nelson's going to be live on the line. So is Mike Sontag, though. Baker, he was the fast one in practice seating yesterday, finding himself working through the 180 onto the Moon Crater double. Gets it right there, setting up for the single section back in front of the driver stand. Baker is now live on the track. Everyone is underway.
Barry may have been the last one on the clock. Barry coming through the back section.
Chris Nelson looks like turning the quick lap early on, 33.0, until Barry comes around with a 32.6 out of Mr. Baker.
So making it around just a little quicker than everybody else on the first one. Into the Techno Dragon's back for Mr. Barry. Over the back section. This is looking to be a little bit quicker lap than the previous one.
Barry might be working with a high 30 lap run here. Maybe. It still actually ends up being pretty quick there. I still say 31.4.
32.9 from Chris Nelson on the last time by.
There's somebody upside down on the left side of the track, and I didn't see a marshal anywhere en route to go get him. They just got going again. That's a tough one. Barry on a 12:6:25. He, Chris Nelson, Mike Welker, and Emmanuel, the only 4 drivers faster than Mark Robinson's TQ set in that last one. So Robinson looking to put in a top 5 run here from the B heat. Barry avoiding some upside down vehicles. Comes around with a 32.1, a little bit slower of a lap for Barry, still on a 12:6:25. All-time fast one, and pit mechanic great there through the TNR option lane camera. It's also pitting and mechanicking for Dakota Fenn this weekend. Down the back straightaway he goes.
He's using the bumpers.
Rocking the TLR 8X Elite.
31.6 from Barry that time by. He's on a 12.623, only driver on 12 laps. Chris Nelson in 2. Mike Welker in the 3 spot. Tim Long up to the 4.
Sontag moving his way up to the number 5 spot. He will also be ahead of Mark Robinson's TQ. All 5 fast drivers in this one ahead of the TQ. Oh, Barry up on 2 wheels, saves it. Going a little wide a setup for the double there, but he'll take that after avoiding being upside down on the straightaway. 32.7 for Barry, still on a 12.625, maintaining that pace. Next closest competitor is going to be Chris Nelson on an 11.603, and Sontag now to an 11.623. He turned a pretty fast lap there, so we take a look at our J Concepts instant replay. Barry says up on 2. I'll bring it back.
Fairly impressive for someone of his age. Yeah, people on the internet, I'm calling Barry old.
I think Barry would call himself old. I think that's okay.
Yeah, Barry's old.
Once you reach the age that you call yourself old, then you're okay. Barry leading this one. Chris Nelson, Sontag to the 3. Barry still holding down the fastest lap of the race, a 31.4, and he will unfortunately get it wrong through the double section, having to deal with some traffic.
He and Sontag were taking the different option lines, and Barry wanted to beat him out. And got a little buck wild. Now he's a little more buck wild.
Barry inflicting some of his own pain. Not wanting to be the only one at the party not getting a shot in. Barry comes around 36.2. That is going to drop him off a 12-lap run down to an 11.601 for Barry. But he does have time to get back to that 12-lap pace. 1:30 to go in this one. Barry Baker, Chris Nelson, Mike Sontag. Right now, top 3 looking to go faster than Mark Robinson's TQ through our Techno Dragonback camera.
He's not super far ahead of Chris Nelson either.
Mike Sontag also starting to close that gap up just a little bit between him and Chris. It was 9.4 the previous lap. Stays at 9.4. Barry with a 5-second lead over Chris Nelson as Barry has to work through a little bit of traffic. Oh, he gets through one upside down. Oh, no! Barry flames out after getting stuck behind a vehicle that was really kind of flipping in front of him. It wasn't really stationary. But
yeah, he hit Sontag and flamed out.
That's unfortunate for Barry. So a good, solid run for Barry Baker came to an unfortunate end.
It's not fabulous.
The fabulous one will not like that. So it's going to put Chris Nelson to the point. 11.608, 11.621 for Mike Sontag, 6.24 after that little bit of a hang-up with Barry. TLR team might be sharing some words with each other in the pits. Nelson looking to finish this one out with 15 seconds to go in this one.
They just got Barry out the pit lane.
So Barry's back out and running here, looking to try to regain a little bit of lost time as we take a look at Chris Nelson. Chris up on 2 wheels, maintains composure, takes the outside option.
If he can finish this off, he will forever be able to say that he was the first TQ of the Masters class at Aurora 8-Scale Off-Road National.
It's always good to be able to throw one of those in your quiver of solid results.
Oh. It's getting real dusty and dry now. I think definitely now that the sun's out and everything, here in the second round, we're going to see the guys that are furthest away from water have an actual disadvantage.
I'll still say that so far the dust hasn't looked terrible today. Not that it was a huge factor yesterday. I know it was in talks, but I don't really remember seeing it being a visual concern. As this one finishes up, Chris Nelson is going to take this one. An 11.608 for Chris Nelson. Mike Sontag is going to finish up in 2, an 11.625 for Sontag. Emmanuel, an 11.627. So our top 3 drivers all went faster than Mark Robinson's TQ set in the previous run. Our top 10 is going to be Chris Nelson, Mike Sontag, Emmanuel Nixat, Mark Robinson, Tim Malong, Chris Kramer, Brian Lukovic, Brian Coward, Scotty Brewer, and Bob Taylor round out your top 10. So take a look at our beachrc.com track out overview. We're going to see some track maintenance taking place right now. We're going to see water being placed down. And then we're going to get into our 8-scale buggy class.
We move on to race number 12. Keep in mind we are going to put water down after race 12. So, how many no-shows are we going to have in this one? We're supposed to have 12. I'm going to guess we have, I'll say 3. I'll say 2. What do we got? About 3 up there? Hey, what's up, man? Finally made it. I missed you yesterday. Yeah, I know. Let's make sure we got those marshal props covered. So, new FM station is 87.7. So please spread that out on the pitch.
Taking a look at our ProTech RC pit lane camera. We actually have another heat until we are going to see water put down here. Again, it's every 4 heats. This is heat 1 of 8 of our 8-scale Nitro buggy division. Jose Alvarado, Jeremy Alvarado, Chris Boyce, Christopher Clark, Jordan Jansen, Josh Keith, Benny Cummerin, Fur Camarian, Rodrigo Malagon, Leonard Murray, Jason Stump, and Coach Kurt Wanger. Some good luck rubbing taking place down there on the ProTech RC pit lane cam. Maybe bad luck.
People on the track right now, my race 11 races, marshals on the track right now. I am begging you, I am pleading with you to help the race program. Can you please try to stay out and marshal 2 back-to-back?
Looks like we're only going to have 3 drivers in this one. We listed off a long list of names. This was really done in case these drivers showed up later in the weekend. These were drivers that did not make their heats yesterday for the most part, minus these 3 guys. As we hop out of the ProTech RC pit lane cam, we're back to our full-scale view here of our 3 drivers competing in heat 1 of 8. This is our 8-scale Nitro buggy. See Alaska checking in with us online. Hello, Alaska. Israel checking in with us this morning. Hello, Israel. We've got 3 drivers in this one. It's going to be Jose, Jeremy, and Josh. This is heat 1 of 8 of our 8-scale Nitro buggy. Oh, we've got some marshal chasing going on. Barry chasing vehicles on the track. He was not successful. I think we have some younger drivers in this one. Needing a little coaching from the fabulous one, Barry Baker. That is Jose that goes across first, Josh, and then Jeremy, it looks like. Following Jose right now, taking his way through the outside of the option lane. Double single roller. Uphill rumble strips onto a double into the back section. A little bit of a roller there in the 180. Chicane into the straightaway. This is actually Jose Alvarado's very first laps with an RC car, let alone the fact that it's a Nitro one. Very first laps for Jose on this track right now. He's figuring it out quite nicely, though. Taking a look at our TNR option lane camera. Watching Jose come through here. This is heat 1 of 8 of our 8-scale Nitro buggy class. TQ is going to be set early on here from one of these 3 drivers that will then be chased or beaten thereafter. Jose's fast lap, 34.6. He did it 2 laps ago, 34.8 that time by. That is your race leader. He is on an 11.624. .11.623, the pace for Jose still. Josh Keith, though, creeping up. Oh, he had a little bit of a rougher lap that time by. 37.1, his fast lap. Jeremy on a 9.610. It looks like Keith actually falls off even more. 44.9 that time by for Keith. He's going to find himself on a 9.6 flat pace. That is Josh Keith we're following along with right now, working his way over the roller uphill rumble strip. Backside of the track here. Our number 2 driver, Josh Keith. He's on a 9.6 flat. Fast lap for him looks to be a 37.1. .210 to go in this one. Jose, Josh, and Jeremy, the current running order. Jose looking to go 11 laps in 6:23. Josh back up to a 10-lap run right now. Watching Jose getting a little squirrely there. Gets it back up and going down the back straightaway. Little track sharks all over the track this weekend. Jose working through the option lane right now. That is your race leader with 1:25 to go in this one. Going a little, oh no, getting hung up on the pipe a little bit there. Again, gets back up and going. Doesn't lose too much time. Was on an 11.622 that will drop off just a tad. 55 seconds to go in this one. Jose, our race leader, we're following along with, finds himself working his way to the back portion of the track, over the double, little roller onto the back straightaway. Race leader Jose Alvarado. Fast lap of 34.0 for Jose. He had a 35.9 his previous lap. He is going to increase that by a little bit, 35.1 this time by. Still on an 11.624 pace. Working that outside option lane right now, working on, I believe that's Josh Keith in the number 2, that is. He will get around him. Ten seconds to go in this one. Jose, Josh, Jeremy, that is the running order. Time expiring. Jose going to be working on lap 11. Keith working on lap 10. I think Keith got it wrong there. He kind of disappeared out of view. Jose working his way over the back double. Roller down the back straightaway. That is our race leader. He's working on an 11.623. He just turned his fastest lap the previous lap at 33.6. Oh, just about. He really probably didn't lose a ton of time on that one. Kept him back on all fours. A 34 flat that time for Jose. He will end up with an 11.622 and set our earliest of TQ so far. Looks like we've got Jeremy Alvarado coming around to finish up now. There goes Jeremy, and that will finish this one. And it looks like Jose again, 11.622. Keith, a 10.626. And Jeremy jumped up to a 10-lap pace as well, a 10.632. So that's going to be our early pace to beat here as we get into Heat 2 of 8 of our Nitro buggy. Now we'll see water being applied to the track as we have completed 4 heats.
Nashville side of the Nationals going for it. So thank you, Josh Pete, for all your hard work. So I've got this screen, and let's see if I can get a bunch of those guys to stick around. Well, there's some of the left, then maybe. Thanks so much, guys, for helping us with water. Really appreciate it. Track sure been great. Alright, so let me see who we can get. I need number 3 cover. And Nick that, and you don't go for 3. Thank you. Alright, so Travis, were you going to stay? Hey, everybody on the track right now, thank you. I really appreciate it. Excellent work. That is fantastic. Here we go. Race 13. Roll them out, check them in. Track control.
All right, water has been put down, and now we are back to racing. This is 1/8 scale Nitro buggy heat 2 of 8. DQ came out of our first one there. It was Jose Alvarado.
Everybody checked in except for Ira and Justin. Getting checked in, so we're just waiting on Justin. He might not be here.
All right, this one is live, getting everybody going. Early pace to beat. It's an 11 lap 6:22 out of our young Jose.
Actually, Jose's the older one. Jeremy is his son.
The old Jose, though.
Father and son.
So after the early first laps here, it looks like Kyle's going to be out front. Jamie, looks like Tell Mitchell to the point now. 34.4 out of Tell. Following a couple drivers here over the double, working their way back to the driver's stand. It looks like that's Darren Olney there. Maybe Jamie in there as well somewhere. Let everybody start getting their second lap in here, see where they all play out. Looks like Tell Mitchell is going to work his way to a 10.601. Jamie with a 10.607, a couple 10.607s out of Jamie and Darren. Well, inside option lane, option didn't pan out. Still can't get over it. Oh, my goodness. I don't think I've seen anybody lose 3 seconds on that one little jump. That was a rough one. Tell Mitchell out front, though, he is on a 10.601. Darren on that 10.607. Looks like Justin Huglin's going to come through that lap with his fast lap, a 35.6. That's going to move him to a 10.60. They have a jump on all around now. 3 laps in, Justin Huglin to the point. 35.1 for Huglin on a 10.603. Jamie 10.610. It looks like Tell Mitchell a 10.611. Still, though, no one's looking to go faster than Jose's 11.622. No one even on a 11-lap run yet. Very early on in this one. There's got to probably be a little bit of grease on that track after water just being applied, but you know what? It's quickly drying up just as quick as it was put down. Oh, more troubles for, not sure who that was, but some troubles nonetheless. Justin Huglin out front. Kyle Adolph in the 2 spot. Tell Mitchell the 3. Fast lap's going to come out of our 3rd place driver, Tell Mitchell, with a 34.4. Again, no one looking to go faster than Jose's TQ so far. Following along here with a yellow and purple vehicle. Looks to be purple. Yellow nonetheless, working its way over the single uphill rumble strip. Back down double into the back straightaway, avoiding the little roller.
This might be Kyle Adolph. It's our number 2 driver.
That is Kyle going by there. 33.6 from Kyle. That was his fast lap, and honestly had a few mistakes in that one too, so definitely has some room for improvement here. Looking to be figuring it out little by little each lap. Finding that groove. 2:04 to go in this one, 2 minutes now. Justin Huglin, Kyle Adolph, and Tell Mitchell. Looks to be a pretty solid lap out of Kyle here if he can finish this one up strong. Was a little wide there, but doesn't lose too much time. He's going to finish back around with a 34.9 and move himself to the point. That's our race leader right there, skying it out over the up and down tabletop. Through the option lane, choosing the outside lane. Double roller, rolling back to the uphills. It's our race leader, Kyle Adolph. Fast lap of 33.6. That's also the fastest lap of the race. All coming out of our race leader. Another solid one here for Kyle. He's going to crank out a 33 flat from Kyle Adolph. His fast lap and the fastest lap of the race. Maintaining that number 1 position and finding himself edging oh so much closer to Jose Alvarado's TQ of an 11.622. Finds himself in an 11.631. The only driver on an 11-lap run so far. Roller to the back straightaway. A lot of potholes and moon craters coming onto that straightaway and then exiting it. Really about the only 2 terrible moon crater spots. The rest of the track is pretty much to be expected from an 8-scale Nitro event. so far. Things could change. Kyle again out front. Looked like he was going to choose inside option, but chose for the latter. Working his way through traffic pretty cleanly so far. And he definitely will have a couple to work with. Gets around one, stuck in the pipe. One more to go with 10 seconds to go in this one. Kyle finds himself with an 8.4 second lead. Ooh, rides on the top of a couple of vehicles. Over the start-finish line, looking to try to get around. It looks like that might have been Jamie Haida there.
So Adolph on his last lap. He's going to be the only driver to hit 11 laps. 11.630 pace. Hugland down on a 34.3, his hot lap on a 10.602. Jamie Ida down in the third spot. Here comes Kyle across the line to finish up his run on an 11.630.4. So nobody beating Jose's time.
So that's going to do it for this one. That was, again, Heat 2 of 8, our Nitro 8-scale buggy class. Up next will be Heat 3. TQ to beat an 11.622 coming from our first heat from Jose Alvarado. Up next we'll see TJ Eller, Cody Thompson, Brent Densford, Adam Curry, Aiden Fox, Joshua Chavez, Vigil, Travis Corey, Joe Lacey, Thomas Michaels, Jose Sanchez, Alex Smith, and John Young. I do want to take a moment to thank our sponsors this week. And again, our title sponsors, A-Main Hobbies. Supporting sponsors, ProTech Lead Finger Racing. Sponsoring the broadcast center is Nitro Pro. Our instant replays brought to you by J Concepts this weekend. Track overview cam from Beach RC. Our ProTech Pit Lane cam. Techno RC Obstacle cam. And our TNR Fuels option lane camera. So thank you again, sponsors. We're here at the 2022 Roar 8-Scale Off-Road Fuel Nationals. We're in Glendale, Arizona at Adobe Mountain RC Speedway. We're working into Heat 3 of 8 of our 8-Scale Nitro Buggy Division. This is round 1 of qualifying here on Friday at the Off-Road Nationals. Taking a look at drivers TJ Eller, Cody Thompson, Brett Densford, Adam Curry, Aiden Fox, Joshua Vigil, Travis Corey, Joe Lacey, Thomas Michaels, Jose Sanchez, Alex Smith, and John Young. Looking to better the TQ set by Jose Alvarado. An 11.622.
See these guys getting out on the track for their warm-up laps.
Our fast guy to beat in this 8-scale Nitro Buggy Division yesterday in our seeding rounds was Mr. Cole Ogden. These guys getting some early practice laps in here as we get ready to get this one started. Track already shaking off that water that we put on just a little bit ago. "30 seconds till we get this one live, and everyone gets a chance to better Jose Alvarado's 11-lap, 6:22 run. Tell you what, something I've noticed here is this vehicle gets upside down. Oh my gosh, that was close.
Almost got a leg taken off.
So 3 seconds before we get this one started here. And the loop is live as guys are coming in to get fueled up. It's kind of an interesting move there, and I think they potentially could have, I think they might have put themselves in a position where they got counted at the line when it went green and came in. We'll have to see.
You're not supposed to cut the track, but some of these guys are going to need to, which
oh man,
how they're going to do this.
Not the way you want to see a qualifier start off, especially when you're all on your own same clock. It's the Nationals. You want to go put in your best, cleanest runs you can, but you know what? Competition is fierce, and guys don't want to back down, so that's what you get left with. Lap 1, though, we're going to see Brent Densford come around with a 33.5. Pretty solid lap out of him so far.
So Brent Densford out front after 1. Thomas Michaels in the 2, Cody Thompson in the 3.
There's a 33.6 out of Thomas Michaels. Right now, again, we're only 2 laps in, but it looks like the top 5 are looking to better the TQ set by Jose Alvarado. Everybody 1 through 5 on 11 lap runs. Going down the back straightaway here, falling into the Moon Crater double. TJ Eller went to the point there just a minute ago. I believe that's Thomas Michaels that we're following along with right now. He gets it wrong over the big double, finds himself upside down and waiting for Marshall. That's going to be a rough one. TJ Eller's going to find himself up at the point. An 11.610 for Mr. Eller. Brent Densford, an 11.611.6. So less than a second separating 1 and 2. Cody Thompson, another 1.5 seconds back from him.
So like you said, Eller out front. 11.610. Densford, Michaels, those guys ahead of Jose Alvarado, but just barely for Thomas Michaels.
3:20 to go in this one. Eller, I believe, who we are now. I apologize, it's not Eller we're following off. That's Aiden Fox that we're taking a look at right there. Aiden finding himself down in the 6th position, working his way over the big double right now. Opts for the outside line from Mr. Fox.
Oh, and he's upside down. So hot lap of the race, Joshua V. Hill down in the 9th spot.
Looks like Eller going through the option lane there with another guy somewhere, one of these 2 vehicles. Oh, opts to cut the track completely. Oh, my goodness. Up on 2 wheels and then finds himself upside down. That was either Eller or Densford, I believe. We'll have to take a look here. There goes Brent Densford across the line. So that was TJ Eller that had the unfortunate lap. That's going to put Brent to the point. So Brent, who we're following along with right now in the blue-yellow wheels, that is your race leader. He's working up behind Aiden Fox. Aiden lets him go. I think that's actually Aiden that he's coming up on. There's 2 very similar vehicles. They're very orange and yellow. Nonetheless, Brent Densford's leading this one. He's on an 11.610. Blue-yellow wheels. That's your race leader, Brent Densford. Ooh, going wheel to wheel with some traffic there, working his way over the start-finish line. TJ Eller actually is going to move himself back to the point after that rough lap. Densford now back to the point, so all kinds of back and forth action happening between 1 and 2. They're separated by less than a half a second. Brent Densford right now, yellow-blue, working his way over the backside double. Little roller onto the back straightaway. Getting a round of applause from the marshal there. Knew how tightly he kept that one. Top 3 right now with 1:20 to go. Brent Densford, TJ Eller, Cody Thompson. Right now, top 3 are looking to go faster than Jose Alvarado's TQ of an 11:6:22. Inside option line for your race leader, Brent Densford. Working through a little bit more traffic. Gets on the brakes to avoid getting taken out. Oh, and his wing gets hung up on a back tire, but not for very long. Gets another round of applause. He's got the crowd fired up right now.
We appreciate Brent Densford. He sponsors our broadcast.
Look at this. I mean, I don't think I've seen somebody get some on-field, pump me up kind of moves there like this guy does. He's getting all kinds of guys cheering for him.
Running the S-Works cars here. Looking good.
11:6:11 looking to reset TQ along with TJ Eller.
Oh, no.
Gets it wrong there, but stays on all 4 wheels. Still gets some applause. See, I don't want you, if you're going to applause for me, I want the applause when I'm doing well. Don't applaud me when I'm doing bad. I know that I did bad.
Well, I mean, fortunately, that means that the marshal's paying attention because he's watching his corner, so he's just clapping when Brent comes by. He doesn't know if the lap was good or not. But
that means you're doing a good job of marshalling if you
right.
don't know what's going on.
Exactly. Or at least don't know what's going on with one guy as they go around.
TJ Eller, meanwhile, has found his way to the point.
These two are right next to each other on the track. Densford is the first car in line, and Eller is the second one.
Eller had made up over a half-second deficit and has turned it into a 1.4-second gap after a rough lap early on. He's consistently put the laps back together, though.
That's going to do it for those guys. Eller's going to finish on an 11:6:11. Brent on an 11:6:12. Those guys going faster than Jose.
Just looking for a few more to finish up in this one. Looks like we're waiting on Travis and Cody. Everybody else finishing up. So again, just 2 drivers going faster than Jose Alvarado's TQ. Travis and Joshua are going to find themselves in the 4 and 5 position overall. As we get into heat number 4 of 8 in our 8-scale buggy division. TQ to beat, now going to be from TJ Eller at 11:6:11. So we creep closer to those 12-lap runs as we get into some of our higher heats. Some bigger names coming up in this next one. Paul Ciccarella, Rhonda Drake, just a few.
Yeah, so it's Hill, Johnson, Peters, Trenier, Sava, Stober, Drake, Ciccarillo, Deschaines, Salvis, Burt, and Wortman.
So again, our track will see water being placed down every 4 heats. I believe we are 2 heats into the latest water job. And we're starting to get underway with this one here. Practice underway for our 4th heat of 8-scale Nitro buggy.
And for those people that are still confused, this is Ben Ellis. This is not Scotty.
Not Scotty Ernst. I've lost. If I am Scotty, I've changed a little bit. I've grown in height.
He's got taller, a little thinner. You were gonna say that, and then you felt bad.
Yeah, I
so.
did. I wasn't gonna put Scotty in that place. Scotty's not a big guy. It's like all of us.
Scotty's busy this weekend. He's needs to marry off his daughter to Mr. Chad Dew. So he's got places to be. Busy guy.
Lots of RC things happening this weekend. Big time RC family weddings, nationals.
All sorts of stuff, man. So everybody getting checked in for this one. This is heat 4 of 8 of our Nitro buggy class. There's so many do jokes for the do's getting married this weekend.
You know, the do's and don'ts.
In due time and don't time.
So again, this is going to be a 6-minute qualifier. This is our heat number 4 of 8-scale Nitro buggy.
Brandon Swisher's at the tilt yard checking in. Hopefully you guys are having a good time out there. West Virginia.
Homer's out there cranking out some tracks.
All right, so people finally getting on the clock. This looks like Jerome Truggy. I believe that's who we're following. Canada's own, French Canadian, former pit guy for Reno Savoia. And he's either waiting or, nope, he's waiting.
I think it's pretty cool that we get to share our national event with our north of the border friends in Canada.
We also get to share it with our south of the border friends, I believe.
How many times have we had some south of the border attendees, though? I'm sure we've had them.
Some. We usually get 1 or 2.
Pretty consistent to see the Tasmans and the Shanes, etc. out here at the Nationals. So
They go racing.
a little bit of culture in our RC community. Always fun.
Yeah, we get regular Canadians and French Canadians.
1 lap in. Looks like Paul Ciccarello is going to come around with a 32.7, a good quick one to start things off. Nick Sava with a 33.2, Graham Hill a 33.5. It's like 33s out of our top 5 drivers early on.
There's Chicky going through the option line. Most of the people still opting for the outside. Some guys going to the inside.
Seems to be almost more often that the inside is chosen when they're faced with a competitor
right
coming around.
It is used a lot more in the pro class, or not pro class, but in the upper heats of this class, I should say. So Chicky coming around to the line. He is now in the 6th place spot. He went 32, 38, 31. So hot start, slow second lap, hot third lap. Hot lap of the race, though. KJ, Kyle Johnson in the 2 spot. 1 Army driver. He's up to the lead now. Graham Hill, pit guy for Jared Tebow in the 2 spot. Nick Sava in the 3. Drum in the 4, and Riley Wortman in the 5. Chicky got stuck, and now he lands on somebody. Now he's backwards. Now he's off the track.
Oh, man, all kinds of chaos going on.
Chickens are supposed to say firmly planted on the track. Oh, now he's upside down.
What a rough lap.
My goodness.
As a driver in that position, you have to just kind of chuckle at it and just kind of brush it off, I guess, right? I mean, you can't get hung up on it. You can't make back the time you've lost.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Oh, no.
Did a front flip.
Say that part of the track continues to get a little questionable, but we're seeing it play out right there.
I really thought it was just about to add insult to injury, and he was going to hit the fence.
It looked that way for a minute. 2:45 to go in this one. KJ still out front. Graham Hill in the 2. Graham actually to the 3 now. Jerome to the 2. We're working on an 11:603 pace, so we're continuing to increase to that 12-lap run. Looks like Kyle is the only one going faster than TQ, though, at the moment. 11:603.
Kyle definitely seated a little bit below his skill level, so it's nice to see him put in a good run and kind of validate that. This looks to be Eric Shanes. I believe it's the Shanes. Every time I say one thing and then I get on the internet, they tell me it's the other one.
I'm with you there.
Bego Racing up in Canada. Team associated driver.
Working his way over the Moon Crater double in front of the driver's stand now.
He's running in the 7th spot, 11:621 pace for Bego.
Kyle across the start-finish line now. He's coming through there. Kyle's in the mix here somewhere between one of those 4 or 5 vehicles. Big group of drivers coming through here.
He's in the background. He's the 3rd car in line here. There he is.
Kyle Johnson leading this one, still on the TQ in 11:601. That would be 10 seconds faster than the TQ set by TJ Eller in the last one. Over the double, back towards the driver's stand. Roller, big double. KJ jumping in front of the camera now, up and down the tabletop into the option lanes. Goes outside option, along with everybody else. Down to an 11.6 flat now. Had a 31.6 for a fast lap. 32.3 the previous lap. Down the back straightaway right now. That's our race leader, Kyle Johnson. Hugging a nice tight line on both sides of that double there. Avoiding a little bit of traffic and clicking off a 32.1 right at that 11.6 flat with 25 seconds to go. This is going to be his last lap to get on that 12-lap run. Checking out the TNR option lane camera into the Techno Dragon's back. That's our race leader, Kyle Johnson, working his way back through the back straightaway now. Looking to get up on a 12-lap run. Currently right flirting with that at 11.6 flat. 2 seconds left. Is he going to get up to it? He's still flirting right there at that on 11. He is on his last lap for right now, and I think that will stay.
Kyle trying to get on 12. Last chance.
Last chance and no time to spare. He can get by this vehicle in front of him here. He really needs every little 100th of a second that he can get. A little wide, a little tight. Is he going to get it?
Oh,
yes, he will. 12-lap run for our new TQ, Kyle Johnson. The driver in front of him probably doesn't have any idea that the driver he is holding up is still live. They both go inside on the option lane. Finally gets him some light. So Kyle, thankfully, doesn't lose too much time after a little bit of confusion. Down the back straightaway, that is your race leader and what will be the winner. Oh, pulling an impressive barrel roll down the straightaway, but lands on all fours. He's going to run what will probably be a slow 12-lap run, but still nonetheless a 12-lap run, and there it is, a 12.633 for Kyle Johnson. Taking a look at our J Concepts instant replay down the back straightaway here.
This line right there was really good, and then he just hooks a hole.
You can see almost a rock kind of got in there. Quite an impressive barrel roll. Thanks, J Concepts, for that. Trying to view a TV in the sun through our ProTech RC pit lane cam. As you can tell, it's a hard challenge and not usually successful. Drivers from our 4th heat going out to turn marshal as we get ready to start heat number 5. Again, we're getting a little closer and a little closer to our A heats. So we're going to start seeing more and more names in there that you notice, like Chris Wheeler, Billy Fisher, Carlos Arredondo in there, Jordan Gleckler, Don Brian Work in there as well. Brendan Bartlett, Wyatt Beater, Cole Chura, Charles Hicks, Dylan Bartlett, and Buddy Christian. See a lot of local AZ names in this list here as well. Joe Bornhorst down there on the ProTech RC pit lane cam.
Look how much bigger he is than every other human. He's just huge.
All the time. Like there's very few of it. I can think of a handful of people that I've met in my life that are a larger human than Joe Bornhorst.
It's not like he's like fat or anything.
No, he's just a big human. Like he's tall, he's just a big guy.
You should ask him about his bald spot. He loves that. It's his favorite thing to talk about.
Well, I can share with him my bald spot, so as long as it's on top of his head, we'll have something in common.
All right, these guys getting out there for their first warm-up lap.
See the dry conditions of the track right now. Again, we're putting water on the track once every 4 heats, but as you can see, it dry out pretty quick. I mean, we're in Arizona, we're out in the desert. Wind and sun, the Nitro cars putting down fuel and rubber equal a dry track eventually.
So we should get a little bit of water on the track after this race.
ProTech RC pit lane cam showing everybody coming in for their last splash of fuel before getting this one started. About 20 seconds till we get this one going. And it looks like we're going to be going live here just about any second, and we are live. Donnie V getting out there, Cole Chura, Jordan Gleckler, there's old Fish Daddy Billy Fisher, Charles Hicks, and everybody getting checked in and getting their first laps underway. The TQ to beat's going to be Kyle Johnson. It was set in that last heat, the first driver to go 12 laps in our 8-scale buggy class. He did it in a 6:33. A lot of racing, close racing going on down that back straightaway. Oh, guys getting spun around in the 180.
Pull the donut.
Pulling chunks out of the landing jumps, too. Gleckler, 32.3. Fish Daddy, 32.4. There's a 32.6 out of Charles Hicks.
These guys are all jammed up already.
DNR option lane camera showing everybody taking that outside line for the most part. I think I saw Fish Daddy coming on the inside line, though.
Yeah, Billy likes the inside line.
You can definitely tell who has a preference and who doesn't, because those that do are obviously standing out because everybody else is going outside.
Right.
.445 to go in this one. A gaggle of cars going up and down the tabletop right now. Arredondo out front, Charles Hicks, Billy Fisher. All the AZ locals.
So the top 4 guys looking to go ahead of KJ.
A lot of time to go in this one. A lot can change. Another inside option line for one of our drivers.
Hot lap of the race, Chuck Hicks with a 31.7.
Slowly getting down closer to those 30-second runs. That goes, yes, that was Brendan that we're taking a look at right now. Brendan over the big double, up and down the tabletop. running in 5th right now. Had his fastest lap that previous lap, 32.9. Top 4 drivers looking to go faster than Kyle KJ Johnson's 12.633. And those 4 drivers are the only ones on 12-lap runs at the moment. Everybody else sub. Chris Wheeler on an 11.6 flat right now. So Wheeler trying to get up there on that 12-lap run and help push KJ back one more position.
Carlos back to the 3 spot. Hot lap of the race still Chuck Hicks. Got the TNR Fuels option cam into the Techno Dragon's back. These guys are all jammed up.
Again, not a ton of room to go, and again, there's not a lot of grip, so you can't really, I don't know, leave somebody, it feels like. So there's a lot of close racing just due to what we're doing with.
Carlos Arredondo in this pack. Oh, and he gets caught up. Get himself straightened out onto the straightaway. He's down to the 4th spot in 11.601. So Carlos trying to get away from this gaggle of cars. Maybe not wanting to do the option line there, but kind of forced to.
Brandon went outside and got the shorter end of the stick there, but goes over the top.
Carlos just trying to get away from these guys.
Meanwhile, Billy Fisher finds himself out front along with Charles Hicks. They're the only 2 drivers to go faster than TQ right now. There's Fish Daddy in the mix there, I believe. Maybe not. Looks like Billy there for a second.
Billy's pretty early on in his laps. This is just a different pack of cars.
Looks like Buddy Christian, Cole Chura, and Chris Wheeler in there. So I think Wheeler's in the back of that group. That is Chris Wheeler right there in the red, yellow, and orange TLR ride.
Got the yellow wheels and the yellow wing. Trying to find his way around these guys. Nobody's really wanting to give any, which is annoying.
Chris trying to force the subject there. Gets it done for the moment, but then loses the position. Fish Daddy still on a new TQ run. 12.623 for Billy. Carlos on an 11.6 flat, and Charles on an 11.601. Wheeler an 0.2. So close racing.
Fish Daddy also the only one ahead of Kyle Johnson right now.
Oh, vehicle getting spun around there. I believe that was Brendan. .45 seconds to go in this one. Billy Fisher still out front. Hicks to the 2 spot. Carlos to 3. Carlos now back to the 2.
Oh, Carlos. Wow,
Oh,
that was
oh
big.
my goodness.
We might need an instant replay on that.
That was impressive.
Carlos was trying to jump over one of the Bartlett brothers.
Ended up high siding and going up on 2 wheels, and they both came out of it unscathed. Pretty rare that happens.
If you're Carlos, you're a little annoyed. You've been in traffic the entire race. Here's our J Concepts instant replay. Watch the C. Goes flipping down the straightaway, gets back in it, and Carlos just hits it. Bam!
Boom.
But he saves it.
End over end, back on 4 wheels. No one lost any time.
No, they just
That's
stayed
impressive.
pinned.
And look, they're still glued together.
Carlos is back down in the 4 spot now. With a good lap, though, he could go back to the 2.
Time has expired in this one, so these guys are finishing up their last few laps here. Brendan looks like got it wrong on the straightaway there.
Carlos across the line, 32.5, 11.6 flat. So unfortunately, Carlos going to be stuck with the 4. Fisher goes 12.622, so well ahead of the field.
Looks like Hicks does make it onto a 12-lap run as along with Chris Wheeler.
So Fisher 12.622. And Chuck Hicks, 12:6:30. Those two finish ahead of Kyle Johnson's time. Chris Wheeler ends on a 12:6:33. He'll be 4th overall, and Carlos 5th with an 11:6 flat.
So we are going to see water get placed down on the track here. So our track crew will come out and get water down, and race 6 of 8 of our 8-scale buggy class will be coming up right after that. This is heat 6 of 8 in our Nitro 8-scale buggy class. We're taking a look at our ProTech RC pit lane cam. Drivers are waiting on our track crew to get done with watering the track and get this one underway.
Jones, Duvall, Tollard, Robinson, Pavitas, Spinrad, Westergaard, Mechanic, Sontag, Horn, Jensen, and Tommy Hines.
Getting a little closer here. Looks like mechanics are getting anxious to put vehicles down and get underway.
Everybody's ready to go.
And now we're starting to get ready. Creeping, 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 creeping. All right, now it looks like we're going to start getting underway and on track here.
All right, this is the C Heat Nitro buggy at the 2022 Roar National.
We obviously are going to start seeing a lot faster drivers as we get a little closer here. These are our last 3 heats of our first round. This is our 8-scale buggy class right now. This is our C heat of the 8-scale buggy division. If you wouldn't know it by some of the names in here: Tyler Jones, Ron Duvall, Cole Toller, Jermaine Robinson, Ryan Pavitas, Walker Spinrad, Anthony Westergaard, Ethan Mackinick, Tater Sontag, Aiden Horn, Cole Jensen, and Tommy Hines. A lot of big names. Again, these guys are going to get a few warm-up laps here, and then they're going to get underway with their 6-minute time qualifier. The pace to beat right now still comes out of Billy Fisher in that last one, a 12-lap 6:22. How many 13s are we going to see today, Tyler? In the buggy class.
Not that many. 0.
Going 0.
That's probably wrong, but let's go with 0.
I'm going to say you're pretty close. Like, I really...
I don't think they're going any faster than truck.
No, not at all. And we had, what, 2 13s in truck?
Something like that, yeah.
Buggy's definitely at a little bit of a disadvantage compared to the Truggies. In fact, being a little rougher, those bigger tires do handle the rest stuff a little better. Put down a little faster laps. And we're live. Everybody getting this one started. Ron Duvall's going to come around first to get his first lap going. There's Ron right there, white, blue, and red.
It's good that he's out there because either he wasn't checked in or his transponder wasn't working in warm-up.
Oh, wow, getting it wrong going onto the straightaway. Track can definitely bite you this weekend, even if you think you're doing everything right. Ron with a 34.7 is the first one to come around by a bit. Cole Toller cranking out a 31.4. I'd say that's going to be the fast one out of this pack early on here.
Here's Ronnie D working his way through the middle section of the track to the new back section.
Drivers turning 31-second laps here early on. Ooh, looks like Anthony Westergaard early on to the point. 31.2 out of Anthony.
So Westergaard, Tollard, Mechanic, top 3 after 1 lap. And Tollard going to fall down to the 8th spot after 2 laps.
Ron working his way over the roller section, uphill rumble strips. Double into the roller on the back straightaway. Several holes developing on that straightaway, coming onto it and exiting it. Almost has become a jump at the exit of the straightaway there. Quite the crater. Ron working his way over the big double right now. He finds himself down in the number 11 position. Right now, Ethan Mechanic out front. Now Jermaine Robinson to the point. Ryan Pavitas in the 3, Walker Spinrad to the 4, and Tyler Jones to the 5.
Pavitas just jumped over Rondeval on track here. So here's Ryan Pavitas.
Tyler Jones with a 30.4 will move himself to the point after a few slower first laps. Tyler Jones cranking it out. First driver to hit sub 30-second laps.
Pavitas coming by. He's still in third on a 31.5.
Pavitas through the TNR option lane camera onto the Techno Dragon's back, avoiding an upside-down car.
Somebody's upside down on the back straight.
Looks to be resolved. Pavitas currently finding himself in the 4 position. Right now, the top 5 drivers are all ahead of Billy Fisher's early TQ. Tyler Jones on a 12.614 is your leader. Ethan Mechanic on a 12.618. Jermaine Robinson 12.620. Guys jumping all around. Ryan Pavitas actually to the 3 spot there after that lap. Aiden Horn to the 2.
Aiden just made a mistake, it looks like.
And let Ryan go there.
Oh, no, that wasn't Aiden.
No. That had to be, I think that's Tommy Hines.
Yeah, it was Tommy. So Tyler Jones well out front of the field. He's got a 3-second lead over Horn. Pavitas in third, Tollard fourth, and Mechanic in fifth.
Check out these last 3 laps out of Tyler Jones. 30.4, 30.3, 30.5. So consistency down to almost the 10th of a second on a very inconsistent track right now. Jones looking to reset that TQ along with Aiden Horn and Ryan Pavitas, last year's number 2 finisher in the 8-scale buggy class. Was it 2 years ago? Last year. Yeah.
Aiden? Last year.
Number 2 finishing driver in the 8-scale buggy division. Looking to put himself second once again for this round so far. As we follow along with Ryan Pavitas. Ryan finding himself in the 3 position. The HB team driver over the small roller onto the back straightaway, avoiding the mogul hills and holes, jumping out of the straightaway. Jones, Horn, Pavitas, Tollard, your top 4, Mechanic in 5th.
Pavitas comes by with 31 flat to move to the 2 spot.
Right now it looks like Tyler Jones is the only driver to go below 31 seconds. Ryan Pavitas getting about as close as he can with that 31 flat. 31.1 out of Aiden Horn that time by. Aiden also clicking off some consistent laps. 31.2, 31.2, 31.3, and a 31.1. So major consistency out of some of these top drivers as we take a look with
Jermaine.
That is Jermaine right there. Working his way over that single roller onto the back straightaway. You can see those cars almost disappear the right side of their tires coming into the straightaway. It's just that much of a crater coming into that section of the track. Jones around on the start-finish line. I think he's just ahead of our Mr. Jermaine there. There is Tyler Jones. That is our race leader, the Techno J Concepts team driver.
It's Tyler down the up the Dragon's back, I should say, onto the back section. Ooh.
Oh, no, Tyler getting it wrong. He's going to lose a little bit of time, but does about as good a job as he can to get it back together until that little mishap. He'll lose some extra time there. It's going to be a rough one for Tyler, maybe a 34-second lap for Tyler, real rough one. Still going to keep him at the point. He's got about a 10th of a second lead over Ryan Pavitas now.
Here's our TNR option line for Jermaine and Tyler.
Fisher doing a good job of not watching the corner he's supposed to be watching, it looked like.
Whoa, there's Tyler going around Jermaine on the back straight. That was fast. So Tyler not wanting to relinquish the lead. He's back down on a 12.616. He comes by with a 30.6. So a lap that's faster than almost everybody else on the track.
Time expiring on this one. It looks like Jones is on his victory lap right now. Ryan Pavitas, though, could play the spoiler in this one as they're only separated by 0.5 of a second. Oh, and just as I was about to say, as long as he doesn't get the section wrong, and he did, but again, got back on 4 wheels about as quick as he could. I think Mr. Ryan Pavitas might get this one at the end here.
Ooh, not enough. So
Jones.
Tyler Jones is going to take it.
Going to hold on by 0.5 of a second. New TQ for him and Ryan Pavitas. Jones to the point, 12:16.1. Ryan Pavitas, 12:16.7. Aiden Horn.
Don't see a last lap for him.
Finishing up, or did we lose Aiden on that last
I don't
lap?
know.
Oh, so just a crusher last lap for Aiden Horn. Aiden Horn was on what would have been a 3rd overall position run and is unable to complete his 12th and final lap. So heartbreaker for Aiden Horn. Same for Walker Spinrad, it looks like.
Yeah, not able to finish it either.
So that was our C heat of 8-scale Nitro Buggy. We are going to move into heat number 7, our B heat of 8-scale Nitro Buggy. This will be our second to last heat for the day, for round 1. And then we'll get right into round number 2 of qualifying here today. You are watching liverc.com. We're at the 2022 Roar Off-Road 1/8 Scale Fuel Nationals. We're here in Glendale, Arizona at Adobe Mountain RC Speedway. You're taking a look at our ProTech RC pit lane cam. See Ryan Cavallari and Father Lewis right there. Looks like, is that Davey Bata? Yeah, I believe that's Davey Bata.
Yep.
In front of us as well. Got Brandon Rose in this one as well. Seth Van Dalen, Lee Setzer, Jared Wiggins, Ryan Lutz, Tanner Denny, Mr. Ryan Cavallari, Steve Harris, CJ Jellin, and as mentioned, Davey Bata. So a lot of fast guys in this one, as there should be. It's the B heat of the premier 8-scale Nitro Buggy class here at the Roar Off-Road Fuel Nationals. Track conditions, as always in Nitro racing, playing a factor here this weekend. Drivers having to contend with the ever-changing track. And this weekend's no exception. And at the drop of a hat, all of our drivers are on track. Everybody sorting out their first and early practice laps here. Got about 1:40 of practice that drivers will get before we get this one underway. So drivers have essentially 2 laps to run around and figure out the track and what has changed before their qualifying time starts. So at least you get something, but it's not a lot. Taking a look at our drivers working their way over the big tabletop here. Through the option line, you already see half of the field split through there, even in practice. Again, if there's cars around you, that option line is a legitimate option. About a minute till we get this one going. Back straightaway, he's got a vehicle upside down and avoids any further destruction. And just like that, drivers are going to be right back into the pit lane. You're going to get splashed with fuel, and we're going to be right back out there and running.
All right, time for these guys to rip.
20 seconds before we get this one going live, you'll see everybody try to start spacing themselves out just a little bit. So we take a look with Ryan Lutz right here, the reunited Kyosho team driver. And we're live. Tebow across first, Setzer across second. Steve Harris, Davey Bata, Jared Wiggins. There goes Caden Fuller. Ryan Lutz. Mr. Cavallari. Denny is live. CJ Jellin looking for Van Dalen and Rose as our only two. There's Rose, Van Dalen's across. Everybody's going. Ryan Lutz.
Van Dalen not making the start, actually, I don't think. Unless he came across right with Jared, but I don't think so. Here's Mr. Lutz, though, like you were saying.
Lutz over the start-finish line. Comes around with a 30.4. Pretty good, but not as good as Jared Tebow's 30.3.
And we might see 13. We'll see, though. They're not on it.
And again, this is our B heat, but a lot of fast names in this one. World champions in this one. Jared Tebow, Ryan Lutz, Tanner Denny, and everybody getting switched around. Lutz now to the point. As we follow along with Jared Tebow, he finds himself down in the 5 position right now, but honestly, the way this is going, I wouldn't be surprised to see this completely flop in the next lap.
Yeah, 32-second lap moved him down to the 5th place spot.
Ryan Lutz a 30.7 that past lap. Denny as well a 30.7. Both drivers looking to put themselves ahead of TQ, as well as Tebow, Wiggins, Jellin, and Cavallari.
Lutz with some traffic trouble, so he's going to have a bit of a slower lap. Tebow back to the 3, Denny in the 2.
It'll be interesting here. I honestly thought that Jared Tebow was one of the fastest looking drivers on track yesterday in our buggy class, right when the track got to its worst. So Tebow quickly gets himself back up to the 2 spot. We'll see if he can continue that and improve upon it.
So Seth Van Dalen making it out on the track now, but starting late. That's not going to help him.
Wiggins all the way up to the 2 spot. Lutz the 3. Lutz now to the 2. Wiggins is going to fall down after a little bit of a rough one. Jellin now to the 3 spot. Cavallari the 4. Wiggins 4. Cavallari the 4. Wiggins 5. Rose the 6. Denny, after a rough lap, had a 33.6. Is going to move himself from 2nd to 6th.
So our leader looking calm and smooth coming onto the straight. 30 flat. New hot lap from Jared Tebow. He's on a 12.608.
That would be the first driver to go sub 30 seconds.
Ooh, Jellin kind of piercing Tanner Denny there. He's got Seth jumping over him. So it looks like a cluster.
Denny's not going to be happy with any of that.
No.
3 minutes to go in this one. There goes CJ Jellin over the monster double in front of the stand.
Here's Mr. Tebow. 12.609. Lutz on a 12.611. Wiggins on a 12.613.
Right now, our top 4 drivers are all looking to better the TQ set by Tyler Jones of a 12.616. Tebow over the back double roller back straightaway.
Getting around Brandon Rose. Here's Mr. Lutz.
Down that back straightaway, Ryan Lutz in the Kyosho looking to get back up to that number 1 spot that he was in for a brief moment early in this race. He's about a 1.1 seconds behind Jared Tebow. Wiggins to the 3, Cavallari the 4, CJ Jellin the 5. We've got 2 minutes to go in this one, and our top 5 drivers are all looking to go faster than Tyler Jones' TQ.
These sets are looking to go 8th, Brandon Rose 9th, and Tanner Denny 11th so far. Here's Lutz coming around to the front side.
I got to say, from a race fan standpoint, I'm glad to see Ryan Lutz back with Kyosho. I feel like Ryan was at some of his best during the Kyosho days, so to see him back then reunited with him, it's pretty cool to see.
And he hits the TNR option lane. He looked really good at Nitro Challenge. Not the Nitro results he wanted, but he did get that third place in e-buggy. No, second place in e-buggy.
1:10 to go in this one. Tebow still out front. Lutz number 2. Cavallari now has worked his way up to the 3. Tebow working his way over that back double roller onto the back straightaway. Doing it about as cleanly and smoothly as anybody has done yet.
His car's really precise on that right side of the track.
And again, that right side of the track seems to offer the most challenges. So if you're able to be the most consistent through that, you're doing pretty well. TNR option line camera. Tebow goes for that inside line there.
Hey, he seems to have been doing that. So he's down the back straightaway, not really hitting any of the bumps. He's got the hot lap of the race.
30 flat out of Jared Tebow. He turned a 30.1 that lap. So again, consistency as usual being the key. 13 seconds to go in this one. Our top 4 drivers are all looking to go faster than TQ set by Tyler Jones. Looks like Tebow, Lutz, Cavallari, and Wiggins, the only ones faster than that.
A little trouble for Seth. Jared gonna have to find his way around him.
Teammates hoping to work together as they work their way in front of the driver's stand.
Jared is done, 12.607.
It's a new TQ out of Jared Tebow. Ryan Cavallari trying to finish this one up to try to put in a top 3 run overall. Cavallari over the double through the moon crater, back through the double single section, and finishing that one up. Cavallari will finish 3rd with a 12.612. Lutz in the 2 spot, 12.610. Jared Wiggins, 12.614, and Tanner Denny at 12.615. So top 5 go faster than Tyler Jones's 12.616 as we get into the A heat of our 8-scale buggy division.
So top 10 right now is Tebow, Lutz, Cavallari, Wiggins, Denny, Jones, Pavitas, Setzer, Mechanic, and Rose.
We watched the changing of the track crew, something that happens every heat here through the Beach RC track overview. Now to the ProTech RC pit lane cam as we see our A heat drivers getting ready to get this one going. Here's Joe Bornhorst in the S-Works. Ty Tesman.
Jason Fuller. Those stickers are so crooked.
Somebody definitely put those on from the opposite side of where they put the other ones on.
I don't know if they tried to put them on from space. I don't know. I saw it when they posted the car photos on Facebook. Oh, God. All right, so track should be opening here in a second.
See Barry Baker there holding Dakota Fend. Communicating through their McDonald's headsets. It was very nice of McDonald's to reach out to the RC community and extend their communication devices. And our drivers are starting to hit the track here. Again, this is our A heat. These are the fastest of the fastest, at least when it came to their 3 fastest consecutive laps. Spencer Heckert stopping in front of the camera there as we take a look at the back left side of the track.
Option line. Whoa, can't be.
Everybody already testing each other's patience and how much they will or will not hurt each other. Letting everybody know early on, hey, don't test me. I will give you the wheel. So again, our list for the A heat. Everybody you haven't seen so far: Cole Ogden, Ryan Mayfield, Ty Tessman, Dakota Fenn, Joe Bornhorst, Mason Fuller, Camden Line, Mark Salsa, Adam Drake, Kyle Turner, Spencer Rivkin, and Spencer Heckert. Quite the field here at the 2022 Roar Off-Road Fuel Nationals. We are on our last heat of round 1. So take a look at our drivers starting to work into pit lane. There's the Tessmans.
Big pit stop. A little bit of practice for the Tessman camp.
You know your program's solid when you do test runs and pit stops while qualifying. So there's Ty out front, or excuse me, down the back straightaway there. Purple, black, and white for the Canadian and U.S. champion.
Is
At some point, I just said that. I know he's won Canadian titles. Has he won a U.S. title before?
yes.
I thought he did.
I don't know if
Questioned myself as I said.
is that Ty or is that Spin? No,
That's Ty.
The wing's clear.
Spencer also rocks more of a kind of a white and blue with his 8-scale program.
All right, this one getting started right now. Tessman first one on the clock.
Time that perfectly to stay right in rhythm. So this is it. These are our fastest guys, and they're trying to prove that because right now they've got their work ahead of them set out by Jared Tebow. He turned a 12.607, Lutz a 10, Cavallari a 12, Wiggins a 14, Denny a 15. And that's what they're going to have to beat if they want to be in that A group. Ty Tessman looking to come around lap 1, setting the bar early, a 30.6 out of Ty Tessman.
Mason Fuller 32.9.
Dakota Fenn 30.8. Marker rough one, 34 seconds. Mayfield a rough one as well, 32 seconds for Mayfield.
Spencer Heckert hot lap on the first lap with a 30.4. Joe Bornhorst 30.3. Kyle Turner 30.3.
Definitely impressive to see some of those names on that first group there. Following along with Cole Ogden right now. Just had a little bit of a mistake on track. I believe that's Spencer Heckert right behind him. And again, we've got a gaggle of cars behind all of those drivers. Looks like Adam Drake and Joe Bornhorst in that mix as well.
Here's Bornhorst.
Up and down the tabletop. Coming into the TNR option line there.
So Joe leading the way in this round so far, but he's at the end of this gaggle.
It's going to be some hard work for him getting around Drake and several other drivers. Dakota Fenn finds himself in the 2 position. He is half of a second back. And all of a sudden, Camden Lime with a 30.6 jumps up there to that number 2 position. Dakota, a rough lap, a 30.0 for Dakota that last lap. We're going to drop him all the way down to the 9 early on.
Here's Joe working the option line behind Adam.
Both he and Adam going inside.
Oh, wow.
Oh, where did Mayfield come from there?
He got
Marshall
thrown out of the air. Spencer making a little bit of a mistake. So Joe still trying to work through these guys. Adam letting him go right there.
Great move from Adam. What a Marshall job there. I think that was Seth Van Dalen.
That was
across the track there.
So Joe has somehow made it all the way through these guys. He's on a 12.607.5, which is off of Jared's TQ pace by 0.3.
Joe Bornhorst has tried to make himself the man to beat in the 8-scale class here lately, claiming the TQ with the Dirt Nitro Challenge and looking to do it again this weekend here at the Roar Off-Road Fuel Nationals. Taking a look at Camden Lime right now, working his way down the back straightaway behind Mayfield. Mayfield not having a great race this first round, and I think probably even opting to just kind of back off and figure some things out here. So he finds himself last in 12th.
Camden's down to the 4 after that last lap. Kyle Turner with a long lap. That's going to move him down to this 8.
Ooh, Camden getting a little bit wrong there on the option line. Doesn't lose too much time, though.
Joe's on the TQ pace now with a 12.606.6.
Dakota also back up to the 3 spot after a rough lap. Bornhorst, though, has led from the start just about and has been mistake-free. Bornhorst, Tesman, Fenn, your top 3. Fuller now to the 4, and Lime at the 5. Right now, though, Joe Bornhorst is the only driver looking to go faster than Jared Tebow's TQ, along with Ryan Lutz. Tesman would find himself in the 4 spot if this were to end this way.
Here's Tesman working his way through the double in the center, over the raised corner. He's into the new section on the back straightaway, gets stuck, and he's upside down.
Oh, no. So Tesman, after a solid run, is going to lose several seconds in this one, giving Joe an even bigger advantage. Joe looking to solidify that TQ and be the only one to do so. And I tell you what, he's only 2/10 of a second ahead of Jared Tebow's earlier round TQ. So Joe not having much room for error as Dakota Finn goes airing it out over the double, single, double. Dakota has found himself back in the 2 spot. Dakota had a rough 34-second lap and has since clicked off consistent low 30-second laps to find himself in the 2 and only 1.9 back of Joe Bornhorst.
Oh, and he hits Mason Fuller, and he's upside down.
So
Bummer.
Dakota made up a ton of time, tried to be gentle with Mason Fuller, and then ended up finding himself on his lid. That is going to cost him time. Tesman's mistake might not look so bad now. He may be able to jump back. Dakota still holds on to the 2. Joe Bornhorst still right there on that TQ, but now falls off by just 4/10 of a second with a minute to go in this one. Joe Bornhorst, the only one looking to reset TQ, and he's flirting with it right now. I mean, he's right on that edge, and that is not going to help. Bornhorst, just a fraction of a mistake. And lo and behold, the man who looked most consistent and smooth when the track was at its worst yesterday, Jared Tebow, is looking to put himself at TQ from the B heat. With 30 seconds to go in this one, Bornhorst is going to be the only one that has a shot at it. He is going to drop off the TQ pace by a second.
It's going to take quite a bit to get back on that. It would take like his fast lap, maybe more.
He would have to have almost consistent 30 flats here, I think, from this point on to be able to redo it. Dakota looking to just try to get as close as he can after a few bad laps.
He's still looking to go 4th for the round, which is pretty good. So here's Dakota. Cross the line on a 12.6.11. That'd be 4th for the round.
And always hang your hat on that you left time on the track when you go into the next one, especially if you're still able to end up with a top 5, top 10 run. And Dakota obviously won't take much less than top 5. He's not looking to start from the back. Time expiring on this one. Everybody's starting to finish up their laps. We're seeing Dakota on his final lap right now, trying to get down below a 12.510. He is going to finish right at that. 12.510.6 for Dakota. Joe trying to finish up now. Still right there on that TQ run, but I think he's going to miss it just by a tad, and he will. 12.608 for Bornhorst. That is going to put him 2 overall. Tesman will finish up in the 3 spot on this one. Drake in the 4, Mark Salsa in the 5. So your top 10 after your A qualifier. We're going to let these last few guys spin around here. Looks like Spencer Rivkin, Kyle Turner, and Camden Line finishing up, and they did. And that's a wrap. Top 10 for the 8-scale Nitro Buggy division. After round 1, Jared Tebow, your TQ at a 12.607. Bornhorst an 08. Ryan Lutz a 6.10. Dakota Finn, Ryan Cavallari, Ty Tesman, Jared Wiggins, Tanner Denny, Tyler Jones, and Ryan Pavitas at a 12.616. So about 10 seconds, less than 10 seconds separating 1 through 10. And that'll do it for round 1 as we take a look at our beachrc.com track overview. Drivers discussing what went well and what went wrong in round 1 and what they can do to correct it and go faster here in round 2 at the Roar Off-Road Fuel Nationals.
was never outside of boundaries.
Which is what happened, was it jumping?
When he's higher than got it.
So I don't know how to correct that.
I do. Take your last 2 laps or
No,
last
I'm saying how do I correct that not happening?
Well, the round is over, you can do whatever you want. You take out the single before the move. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're having issues with it, then the round over.
Yeah, you don't want to dig up the loop.
No.
the driver's stand face directly south? In other words, is this window for Kenny's directly south, or is it an angle? Those are north? Yeah. So it's directly east? Okay, so you get the sun in the morning, and in the afternoon it goes away. Okay.
No, that's dead east.
Dead east, so you get the sun in the morning.
Yeah.
Okay.
100 degrees.
So yeah, 10 degrees farther south. Okay, or farther towards south. Got it.
Check. All right, we're about, let's say 10 minutes out from race 1, 10 minutes out from race number 1. Race number 1 will be dry, just like it is now, and then we'll put water down after 1. So water schedule the first few, it's going to be after 1, after race number 5, after race number 9. So once again, we're starting in 10 minutes, round 2. We'll put water down after race 1, after race number 5, and after race number 9.
Rhonda, quit stealing the rocks. Hide them in your pocket.
Also spread the word through the pits. We made a little track change in between the rounds. So it used to be a kicker right before the start-finish line. So we shaved that down. Now that's a roller. It's more of a roller, just so guys don't try to go flying through that section and miss the lap or anything. We didn't have that issue, but I can definitely see it the longer we go in the program this week, that if you're side by side with someone, you might want to fire that thing by the line. And so now that roller is going to enable us to have a true pass every single time. I don't have to worry about somebody trying to jump the line. 9 minutes out from race 1.